had to do with,
Will, we're gonna go on, excuse me, right at 10.
Yes, I'm ready.
And so when we go on, when 10 o'clock comes, we're gonna hear the announcement that this is being recorded. That's when we're live.
Correct.
Okay, so I'll start talking right after I hear that.
Okay, perfect.
All right, thanks. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of this U.S. EPA E-Manifest Advisory Board. My name is Fred Jenkins. I serve as the designated federal officer of the E-Manifest Advisory Board. I want to thank the public for joining us for a second day, and thank EPA for all the hard work spent up until this point. Second day got us to day 2. And thank you to our public commenters. So day 1, just to do a quick recap, was EPA's presentation that started the meeting. And the second part of day 1 were the public commenters. Before we get started with day 2, we need to provide some clarification around the discussions regarding corrections that was discussed right at the end of day 1. After we do that, we're going to move on to the next part of our agenda, which will be the advisory board deliberating on the charge questions. So with that said, I'm going to pass the microphone and camera onto our chair of the E-Manifest Advisory Board, Carolyn Hoskinson, chair of the E-Manifest Advisory Board, as well as the director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery here at EPA. Take it away, Carolyn.
Thank you, Fred. Welcome everybody to day 2. I was very pleased with how day 1 went. I really appreciated the robust discussion around all of the topics that we talked about yesterday. These meetings are much more interesting and also much more informative to EPA in running the E-Manifest program when we have a vibrant and good comprehensive discussion around the issues that we're talking about. So thank you everyone for the discussion yesterday. And so this morning, I am going to turn to Steve Donnelly for a moment to talk about the issue that came up in much of the discussion yesterday around corrections. And hopefully this will clarify some of the confusion that EPA thought they heard in the conversation yesterday, make sure everyone understands the corrections situation. Once Steve gives a clarifying statement, I will turn to the board to ask if you have any clarifying questions for Steve. So board members, if you can remember all the way back to yesterday afternoon and the conversations we were having about whether the generator can correct information on the manifest at the beginning of the process and how that all works. Pay attention to Steve, what he's about to say, and please ask him any clarifying questions that will help us get the right information in the report from this meeting. So Steve Donnelly.
Thank you, Carolyn, and good morning all. We would like to remind our listeners and the board that generators can update data before the shipment on both full electronic and hybrid manifests. In yesterday's discussion, we talked about hybrid manifests. There seemed to be some confusion about what a generator can and cannot do. So for a hybrid as well as an electronic, the generator can make changes to the waistline information or anything else in the manifest. However, in the case of the hybrid, the generator presumably does not have access to the manifest and would need the transporters to make those changes. If the generator does have access and is using or has used the hybrid to sign manifest, they can still make changes. So in sum, at the beginning of the shipment, before it leaves the site, waistline information particularly can and should change to reflect what is actually being shipped. Those changes may be done by the generator, they may be done by the transporter, they may be done by a broker, but those changes may be made prior to shipment. After the generator signs electronically or on paper in case of the hybrid, any changes to that waste information will go through the standard post-receipt corrections process, meaning that manifest shipment is complete and it is signed and certified by the designated facility. And then using the e-manifest system, a correction may be done by that. So at the beginning, that waistline information can change. And after the shipment has been received by the facilities, we can use the corrections process to change that waistline information. Thank you. And thank you to Scott, Christian, who developed this response.
All right, so let me ask, first, before I ask if any of the board members have clarifying questions for Steve, I realized that before we kicked everything off, I should have made sure all our board members were here and ensure for the record that we have a quorum. So I'm gonna call out the board members' names, and if you'll just say that you're here, then I will ask you if you have questions for Steve Donnelly. So Michelle, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
And Albert?
Yes, I'm here.
And Jason?
Here.
And Jen?
I'm here.
And Phil?
Here.
And Addie?
Here.
And Angie?
Here with bells on.
Excellent. And Emily?
Here.
Emily, sorry, you're written last on my list. That's just the order everybody's name is written down.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, so now I will ask the board members to use the raised hand function if they have a question for Steve Donnelly, so we can make sure everyone is clear on this question of corrections. Any questions for Steve? All right, it looks like Steve did such a great job explaining this, or everybody already understood it anyway. So thank you all for that. With that, we get to jump into the exciting part of the agenda for today, which is the charge questions. So how this is going to go, just for everyone's knowledge, is I will read the charge question out loud for the record. And then I will ask the lead discussant to share their thoughts on the charge question, followed by the associate discussants. And then I will ask any of the board members if they have questions or comments. And that's when the board discussion will happen on the charge question. And then we will repeat that question, that process for each charge question. All right, so this is a long one. Charge question number 1. Based on current industry capabilities, system readiness, and the proposed electronic signature solution, what would the advisory board's consensus opinion be regarding an appropriate and achievable timeline for phasing out paper manifest submissions? Would the advisory board's recommended timeline for phasing out paper manifest submissions differ based on user type? For example, generators, transporters, TSDFs, or business size, such as small versus large waste industry companies, considering disparities in technical capacity and access to e-manifest. Good thing that question is written down because that's a really long question. So our lead discussant for question number 1, you get to kick us off on the charge questions here, is Jason.
Thank you, Carolyn. Yes, very long question, which I have a long answer. Hopefully I will be able to get all my thoughts out in a concise and accurate way here. But first off, I wanted to thank all of the EPA's e-manifest team for all the work they've put into the program and over the years, their continued work to clear hurdles, preventing the e-manifest community from achieving a higher adoption of electronic manifests. And also want to thank Fred for all the work he put into getting ready for the meeting and being ready for us. So from previous board meetings and much of the discussion at this one, I think it's clear that we're a long ways away from achieving a world where all manifests are electronic. Voluntary adoption of e-manifest is resulting in a minuscule percentage of fully electronic manifests, which seems to be largely due to it meeting a business need for some businesses that do their own internal hazardous waste management. For example, they're a generator, a transporter, and a TSDF, and they have very convenient and easy means to carry out that process themselves. And then in addition to that, as we've heard at previous board meetings and this one, is EPA-led cleanup projects. With the lack of progression in adoption of fully electronic manifests by industry users, I think it's pretty clear that the only way to increase usage or adoption of fully electronic manifests will be achieved is by making drastic changes to the policies currently governing e-manifest, proving the concept by continuing to address barriers largely brought to light by industry, and coordinating with USDOT to address physical shipping papers. I know that's one we've talked about a lot. That being said, establishing an appropriate and achievable timeline for phasing out paper manifest submissions should be handled carefully and thoughtfully, which I think is the purpose of this meeting and the board convening. It's extremely difficult to give a specific timeline because of the lack of adoption up to this point. I'm inclined not to lay out a specific timeline as much as suggest that EPA needs to consider a later compliance date. After 7 years, there have been a ton of improvements to the system to make it more achievable to see a future where all manifests are electronic. And I don't want it to go unsaid or unnoticed as to how the work over the years with QuickSign, Remote Signer, API services, and more engagement opportunities with the user community has made the system more user-friendly. And we see a vision where one day we can have a higher adoption and usage of fully electronic manifests. However, with 99% of manifests over the 7-year life of e-manifests still being on paper, it feels impossible and irresponsible to suggest a specific timeline that is not tiered or phased in some capacity. In Minnesota, we have over 13,000 generators we require to report to the MPCA on an annual basis. And we struggle with compliance, whether it's staffing overturn at the generator, lack of familiarity with electronic systems, an unwillingness to learn electronic systems, lack of knowledge of reporting requirements. And that's just to name a few major issues that we routinely experience on an annual basis. It takes a lot of persistence and effort from staff to achieve compliance with Minnesota's annual hazardous waste generator license requirements. Our licensing program has one dedicated staff, and our reporting deadline is over a month past due, and we still have approximately 10.5% of our generators to report. 89% of these generators are the conditional exempt SQGs, and I think this proves that we do need to focus our efforts on larger generators or larger players in the hazardous waste world. This is just one state's perspective to bring to the board, but I see these same issues being relevant to phasing out paper manifest submissions. In my role at the MPCA, I manage RCRA info account management, which includes approving site permissions, helping people request access, and assisting industry users who cannot have access granted because the existing site manager no longer works for the company and thus cannot grant approval. Without the ability for a state user or regulatory user to directly grant access to a site access permission request, it greatly hinders any work in RCRA info, whether it be e-manifest or biennial reporting. I see this continuing to be a problem for full adoption of e-manifest. I always want to remove the previous user who no longer works for the company, and also always suggest having multiple site managers or no site manager at all so that all approvals continue to come to the state for approval. And this is an issue I experience with all sizes of generators, not just LQGs, SQGs, or the conditionally exempt SQGs. All this being said, it seems that the larger the company, the more likely they are to have the resources to comply with a timeline to phase out paper manifests imposed by EPA. But EPA shouldn't just take company size into consideration. they should also take the role of the company in the hazardous waste world into consideration. After hearing the USDOT's presentation, it is evident that based on current rules that to truly achieve a paperless e-manifest world, hazardous waste transporters or generators will need to apply for and be approved for special permits. From my perspective, it makes much more sense to have the transporters apply for these permits versus generators, as the transporters will be interfacing with numerous generators, and the generators are likely to interface with one primary transporter, or in some cases, multiple. One public commenter seemed to agree with this approach, suggesting that TSDFs, transporters, and hazardous waste brokers achieve fully electronic manifests on their end as a first step to progressing e-manifest. Not only does this give the players in the hazardous waste manifest world that start the majority of manifests full capability prior to pushing on, but it will also give the industry users that will primarily be using the system more familiarity so that they can help these smaller businesses or smaller generators or newer employees at larger generators. Training and education will be essential to having a smooth rollout of eManifest, and having significant industry users who interface with numerous generators up and running first will help greatly. To truly achieve a paperless manifest, it seems that we need to prove the concept first that it's achievable for a transporter to obtain a special permit from USDOT, so that a physical document in the cab of an over-the-road shipment of hazardous waste is not required. This is something that could occur after rolling out policy requiring a fully electronic manifest, but it should be seriously investigated prior to any policy is written. Generators are far more likely to have connectivity at their facility than an 18-wheeler out in the rural United States. If the sole goal was to improve data quality, and that would be accomplished by requiring all manifests to be fully electronic, that would be one thing. But it does seem like the end goal is to truly achieve a paperless manifest system for hazardous waste. And in order to accomplish this, we need industry to have the capability to fully participate in that process, as well as a way to transport waste without a physical manifest in the cab of the transporter. With the minimal progression we have seen for industry to fully adopt electronic manifests, it feels like the focus should be on how to achieve a paperless manifest versus just an electronic manifest that ultimately is printed and carried in the cab of the truck. I understand this would greatly improve data quality, but I'm not sure that's the end goal of eManifest. If EPA's sole goal was data quality within the current system, strictly speaking to manifest, I believe that phasing out image upload only manifest would be a good first step. Once all of industry has transitioned to data plus image upload of manifest, we hopefully would see an improvement with data quality. If during the phase out of image upload only manifest, EPA, DOT, and industry tried to prove the concept of not only fully electronic, but also paperless manifests, we may see a path forward to transition away from data plus image upload manifests. However, it does not sound like going to a paperless manifest is going to be achievable in the instance that a hazardous waste transporter would not qualify for a special permit issued by DOT, whether due to a safety record or other factor, unless there was a rulemaking by DOT ultimately allowing electronic manifests for shipments of hazardous waste. Thank you for your time, and that is what I have prepared as a response to charge question 1.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jason, for that. Next up is Jen Hopper.
Good morning, everybody. First, I want to say that majority of what Jason said, I strongly agree on, especially about the pushback we get from some of the generators and the lack of knowledge, lack of training, the constraints on state resources that we are continuously losing. So I just wanted to, say that I agree with what a lot of Jason has said. Overall, I do think that a staggered approach would be the best path forward. I know that if we try to eliminate image only first, it will double the image or data plus image probably, but I think it would give those that have not had a chance to really dive into eManifest and learn how eManifest is, and that's why they just resort to image only. By having them start doing data plus image, it will give them a better understanding and knowledge of e-manifest. And then that way, when we start to phase that out, it will be a little bit of an easier progress. But I definitely think there needs to be a bigger time frame, not something that could be done within 6 months or even 18 months. Maybe the image only could be phased out a little bit quicker, but the data plus image, it's going to take a little bit of time. And as we heard in some of the public comments yesterday, especially from Larry, that TSDs don't seem to be ready to fully embrace electronic manifest in e-manifest system. Not that they're not ready to embrace it completely, but they are with their internal system. But their internal systems doesn't seem to be communicating as greatly or as well with the e-manifest system that we need to be at. So we need to give these TSDs time to maybe reconfigure their internal system, or EPA time to figure out other avenues outside of maybe APIs to be able to have the TSD's internal databases be able to communicate a little bit better with eManifest, especially if we're going to start and finish within eManifest, where currently it starts with their internal and ends in eManifest. So we definitely need to give time for that, time for training, time for I mean, it's going to cost money because these TSDs or transporters will need time to invest into electronics, because the transporters are going to have to invest in some kind of maybe tablet or cell phone system that they can, access this information electronically versus them showing up with just a piece of paper. So there's a lot of money and equipment and time that is going to have to be put into this, on top of all the training, which will also probably cost money as well, from the generator all the way up to the TSD. Most of the ones that start the manifest process are either the TSDs, the transporters, or the broker. So we'll have to start with them first. We need to get them up and running before we can even turn to the generators. Yes, there is a small amount of generators that do trigger the manifest process themselves, but most of them rely on someone else, as I said, with the TSDs, transporters, or brokers. So we need to start with them first, get them up and running, get them fully engaged, and then we can start to bring in the generators and have them trained and possibly get them up and running with possibly doing the electronic system themselves. Another thing that we also have to take into consideration is, as you said, should we go with the small versus the large? I think in this situation, sometimes starting with the small is a little bit more, I guess you can say, feasible. It will have less waste. You'll be able to work out all the kinks and fix all the issues. Where if you went with one of the large ones that has multiple waste lines, multiple pounds of or tons of waste, it will be a lot at one time. By going with the smaller ones, it'll give you a little bit more of a, I guess you can say, a smaller audience to start working out the kinks and the bugs, and then start working your way up to the large ones. Also, not only that, but a lot of the large quantity generators have a lot of processes in place that they might be a little bit more faster on getting on board with eManifest, where the small quantity generators and very small quantity generators do not. They rely heavily on brokers and transporters and even TSDs to do a lot of the everyday processes. A lot of them rely on the third party to do the buying a report, to create their manifests. So a lot of them will not have the knowledge or the experience to be able to do this. So by starting with the small quantity generators or the very small quantity generators, it will give the generators a better opportunity to have firsthand experience and get them more on board before transitioning over to the large quantity generators. I think that training is also going to be the biggest factor. As Jason has said, there's been a lot of turnovers in the hazardous waste community. And so it seems that there's been times where, I talk to one person in the morning, and by the end of the day, I'm talking to a different person because of turnover. So training is going to be a very, very big component about this. all the way from the generator, all the way to the TSD. So that is going to be the biggest factor in helping turn over into going into fully electronic, because a lot of them are afraid of the unknown, but the more they know, the more it will be easier for the transition. And that's one reason why I said we should get rid of the image plus first only, um, or image only first, and then start transitioning to the data plus image, because it will give them an opportunity to get in, start getting to know the system, and the transition will be a lot easier. I still think the DOT requirement is going to be the biggest hinder in all of this, because there's going to still be a requirement for a paper version to be inside the cab. So a lot of generators are going to be reluctant to do things, I guess you can say, double entry, where they're going to have a paper copy and do it electronically. So they're going to kind of revert back to just do the paper, instead of investing or in jumping on board with the e-manifest. So that is going to still be a biggest hinder. So if finding a way to make having a paper copy in the cab very simple and easy would make things a little bit easier for trying to get the generators on board. So I think, in summary, having a staggered approach is the best. And I think starting small and then going big will be also beneficial. That's what I have.
Thank you, Jen. And next up, we have Emily.
Thank you. So I want to mimic Jason and the others that regarding the appreciation for the manifest team and the board's commitment to finding, a solution to move us towards an electronic e-manifest. So one of the things that I do want to speak to first, so I agree with everything that has been said already, that we definitely need a staggered approach. But the first thing that I wanted to bring up is, and of course, like I've mentioned yesterday, the railroad industry seems to operate a little bit different than the over the road. And so when the DOT was speaking specifically about the shipping document that has to be carried in the cab of a over the road vehicle, I just want to make sure that it is stated that that does not have to be the manifest itself. So the opportunity for us to fully comply with the e-manifest system, to me, is a separate situation from having a shipping document within the cab of the vehicle. So I think that the over-the-road community is very familiar with a bill of lading. And so if they had a system that creates a bill of lading that has all the information that is required on the manifest, then that would comply with a shipping document being carried within the cab of the vehicle. So I just want to make sure that that was stated and clear, because those are two, I feel, those are two different documents. And I know that probably the over the road community uses that e-manifest as their shipping document, but it does not have to be the e-manifest, or it does not have to be the manifest that's actually physically carried as a shipping document within their vehicle. So as far as an approach or to answer this question, I would say, based on the public comment and comments that were made by the board, there seems to be a consensus opinion favoring a flexible, phased approach. I would say that it probably most closely aligns with option 2, and I state that in a fact of not necessarily stating a timeline, but more of a later compliance date. I also feel that there are portions, and I think that this was stated earlier, that there are portions of option 3 that could be incorporated on that staggered compliance date based on user types. Option 2, that later compliance, this option seems to be broadly supported across the user community for the following reasons, such as technical and operational readiness concerns, I don't think that we're there yet. Emphasis on training and system updates, needs for coordination and support from regulatory bodies, considerations for smaller or resource limited users. Parts of option 3, while not explicitly endorsed, there's elements of option 3 that were reflected in ETC's proposed header record set process, which allows partial electronic data submissions during shipments and full data transfers within 30 days. So this incremental approach requiring TSDFs, brokers, transporters to transition prior to generators could serve as a bridge between the current practices, current practices and full electronic compliance. So, I think that their approach to, and this was mentioned earlier, of requiring TSDFs, brokers, and transporters to transition prior to generators. I think that needs to be definitely considered by the eManifest team. And I think that this would establish a full electronic manifest, compliance overall for the entire user community if we took this phased approach, one, a later compliance date, but then also looked at users by user type and maybe also considering size. And that's all that I have.
Emily, thank you so much. Really appreciate Jason, Jennifer, and Emily's comments. This is now when we open it up to the board for questions, and I see Angie has her hand up. So thank you. Angie, take it away.
Thank you, Carolyn. And I want to, first of all, thank Emily, Jennifer, and Jason for your amazing comments. I think you guys are thinking about this very deeply and really appreciate those comments. So with that, I also want to thank EPA for all the adjustments that they have made over the signatures and, really has been working with us very hard. So I appreciate EPA. I also want to thank all the commenters, the ones that both participated yesterday verbally and the ones that submitted comments. And the fellow board members I've already thanked that have gone ahead and will go behind me. But also want to point out that Oswamo has been doing a lot of work. They did make some comments. They didn't present them yesterday, but appreciate their work. And they've been working very hard with the Environmental Technology Council. So I agree with the Environmental Technology Council's comments, which favor option 2 yesterday. I did want to point out a couple things. The Environmental Technology Council is the trade association, like Janine said, is the trade association for hazardous waste TSDs, and our members include Arcwood Environmental, which is the company that I work for, which was formerly Heritage Environmental, Clean Harbors, Crystal Clean, Geocycle, Republic, Ross Incineration Services, SET Environmental, Stericycle, WM, and Veolia. So over the years, our member companies, as well as Arcwood, have collaborated with EPA to develop the system. Our companies have made substantial investments in IT, as well as put checks and balances and controls in our enterprise resource planning software systems. I will point out that yesterday, one of the commenters was referring to those systems as proprietary systems. That's the same kind of concept as our ERP. Anyway, those systems track containers, counts of containers, make sure we get the proper weights, all the laboratory analysis that we do ahead of time, anything the generators submit to us ahead of time, anything the brokers give us ahead of time, as well as any fingerprint analysis that we do once we receive it, as well as physical inspection, everything from the color of the material to its consistency to improve the industry's most commonly used manifest submission option, which is data plus image, which some of the previous commenters have mentioned. I will like to point out at this point that the one difference between data plus image and fully electronic that I've heard from the states and from other people, what is not out there is the fact that right now for data plus image, all the information is uploaded 30 days after shipment, which means that the states don't know, or in the EPA, don't know where the shipment is or who has possession of it during shipment or how long it's in shipment. I'll point out that the header record option pointed out by ETC, which I plan to explain during my answers to question number 4, would address the concern about who has possession of those loads and how long those loads are in transportation. It wouldn't give you a fully electronic manifest all the data out there, but it would certainly get you where you want to be. So the data plus image allows generators and transporters to use the paper manifest until the waste shipment reaches the treatment, storage, and disposal facility, which then uploads the manifest data, as I mentioned. Regarding the transition, I think we need a stepped approach, and our member companies at ETC are encouraged to work on electronic signature tools and appreciate our agreement to evaluate the options to provide manifest tracking numbers in bulk so that we can prepare shipments ahead of time. With those EPA e-manifest improvements, though, outreach efforts and future commitments, these are still very difficult and designed. They're just difficult. So the incremental step-by-step approach aimed at improving our member companies' system readiness to phase out paper manifest submissions, improve users' comfortability, which has been discussed by previous commenters with the e-manifest tools, and ultimately increase electronic manifest submissions. So as an industry, our ERP systems are designed to ensure compliance with DOT regulations, EPA regulations, as well as our individual permits and any safety protocols. So in general, the industry process works like this. We work with either the generator or potentially a broker to set up the waste profile. And during the time that we set up the waste profile, we get the generators, everything from their EPA ID number and their generator, we call it genset, the generator data, their address, their phone numbers. If we don't already have that, they're not already set up as a customer. We set that up. We also find out everything about the waste, the process generating the waste codes, the state waste codes, all the chemical constituents, and a whole host of other regulatory questions that we ask during the profile. I think our profile form has 40 or 50 questions, and many of the other industry folks have the same. Then once we get that profile, we figure out which of our TSDs it can go to, whether by regulation or which one can actually process the waste, paying special attention to the land disposal restrictions, which are a part of EPA's RCRA regulations. Then once we figure that out, we work out the business arrangements with the generator or the customer. Potentially the customer could be a broker if it's not the generator. Those business arrangements have to do with container size, if there's liquids or if it's 100% pumpable, all kinds of crazy stuff. There's scaled pricing. It's very complicated, but we work out the business arrangements. And then, and I'm trying to answer some questions from yesterday, we schedule the shipment either with or without the transportation. So if the service provider, which could be the TSE or the broker, is providing the transportation, they're going to go ahead and provide the transportation, or sometimes we'll just give us like a time slot for delivery. And there's 3 kinds of delivery, and this is important, I think, for you to think about. There's a bulk shipment, like a tanker truck, a gondola car on a rail car, a roll-off box. Those are bulk shipments, and those are usually one line item on a manifest. Then a generator or customer may have a full truckload of waste where there might be 80 drums. That's generally what you get on a truck if they're 55-gallon drums on a full truckload, and that truckload probably goes straight where it's going. And then last you have like an LTL shipment, and this might have, it's like a milk run where you're picking up different drums at different facilities from different generators. So yesterday when somebody said, hey, what happens when you go to pick up the waste at the generator site, and instead of having 8 drums of line 1 and 5 drums of line 2, they have 10 drums of line 1, 10 drums of line 2, and then 3 drums that you didn't know about, but you already have a profile set up. How do you know if those will fit on the truck? I think somebody asked that question. Well, we already know what the LTL, if we're coordinating the shipment or whoever the transporter is, if it's an LTL, we're looking at all the other pickups we have to do for the rest of the time, looking at weights and number of containers. We may or may not let the generator ship those additional containers at the time of that shipment. So there's a lot of moving parts right up to the point where the containers make it onto the truck. So during pickup, we're verifying the counts. Either the transporter is, or maybe a transporter that's working for one of us, be it a service provider, be it a broker, a TSD, or a transporter. And then once it gets to the TSD, we're recounting everything. We're opening those containers when we can. We're doing fingerprint analysis. We're looking at the color. Is it pumpable? Did the generator ship us what they said they did? Anyway, we're opening those drums and doing a final fingerprint review and a signature. So in general, what a lot of service providers doing, whether it be brokers or TSDs or transporters, from all that profile information, we are actually making the manifest in our systems and printing them. So as Jennifer pointed out, most generators don't print their own manifests. Most manifests are either printed by a transporter, a broker, or a TSD. So all that data and a kind of a practice copy of that manifest is in our ERP. If we end up with 2 sets of data, a set of data in our ERP and a set of data in e-manifest, where we would like API, the material over application programming interface, upload all that data, now there's two versions of that data. And so now you've got a version control process. So if somebody makes changes in the e-manifest system, you'd have to have a two-way API so those system changes can be pushed back to us. And let's just say somebody adds a waste code. Well, that could completely mess up all of the things we've done before. If you add a waste code and if it's going to a landfill and now it doesn't meet LDR, that could mess up the whole profile. So we can't, with our security systems, allow EPA system to automatically make changes to our system in the API. So if we were to program this two-way API, which is the piece that we haven't all done, there'd have to be like a quarantine for changes going both ways. And right now, I will tell you, of all the improvements eManifest has made, that piece where we're getting notified of changes in the eManifest system is still a little clunky. And I don't know that people have a true appreciation of how important that is, because it could completely mess up a permit, make somebody dig up a landfill. We need to be understanding these changes. It's not just adding a waste code. There's a lot of changes. We don't want to put something, we want to put it in the right treatment process the first time. So if a waste code gets added during transportation, we have to know right away. So this two-way API with this quarantine is where we're going to have a lot of programming and a lot of expense. So having said all of this, the time to get to a fully electronic manifest and the estimation and discussions with our teams is probably a longer time than EPA has proposed. Think of it this way. If a final rule were issued today on September 24th, 2025, most of our member companies budget on a calendar year process. Any monies that would be needed to do that programming are not going to make our 2026 budget, because we're already almost done depending upon your schedule, with our 2026 budgets. So we wouldn't even have the money to start doing the programming until 2027. So you can start looking at how long, so the timing could be a big deal. Not to point out the obvious, I think that actually one of the other commenters did that, but we've achieved less than 1% fully electronic manifest adoption since mid-2018. It took us 7 years. It may be unreasonable to expect full adoption in less than 5 years. I mean, that's a big curve, right? Jennifer, I'm going to slightly disagree with what Jennifer said, and I would like to propose an idea to her. Instead of starting with us small generators, I've said this before, and I'm going to recommend it again. We concentrate on the bulk, single line item, repeat shipments, large soil jobs from EPA, a bulk waste fuel from a blender to a cement kiln, a treated filter cake from a generator to a TSD. I think we start there with those simple manifests, the ones that repeat over and over again. And then from there, we can work into those complicated lab pack manifests with 15 pages. Hybrid manifests, well, I know we've had a lot of discussion about those. I think they're going to be a large burden on some transporters, especially transporters who aren't producing manifests. So transporters that are associated with a broker or TSD that are making manifests might not be a big deal, but I'm very concerned about getting that data hand entered from the hybrid manifests for these smaller transporters. And then both Atsuamo and EPA pointed out in their comments that a paper manifest for DOT purposes is required. I know the previous commenters have pointed this out. And while we were educated on special permits, and many of us in the TSD community and transporter community are very familiar with special permits are not going to be available to everybody due to safety records and or just physical ability to get the special permits. They're issued one company at a time. It could even create an unfair advantage if some companies are able to get the special permits and some are not. So the real answer is really not special permits. It's a change to DOT PHMSA regulations would be preferable. And Emily, I appreciate your comments, but I did want to point out that manifest is a bill of lading, and another piece of paper with the same information for emergency response that's probably not, I mean, it's still going to be a printed manifest for us. Like, it wouldn't help us to do a bill of lading in my opinion, but a great idea. I appreciate you pointing that out. In short, special permits are a workaround, not a universal solution. So during my comments on question 4, I'll lay out an alternative option that Janine also pointed out from ETC yesterday. That's the header record that will allow states and EPA to know who is in possession of the loads, how long the loads have been in transportation, and will be way easier to implement in a timely fashion. And those are my prepared comments.
All right, thank you, Angie. Addie has her hand up next.
All right, can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry, having some technical issues on my end. Okay, so I want to agree, the EPA and all of the presentations yesterday and the public comments have been really helpful and great to hear what everyone has to say about implementation and pushing this forward. I do agree with some of what's said, and I'll kind of get into that. Everybody did a great job presenting so far. I'm still on information overload from Angie, so bear with me. She covered a lot and a lot I want to comment on. I agree, a later compliance date will be needed. Rail and TSDF need to fully realize the e-manifest process and transition away from image plus data. As I've experienced, and it was mentioned in the public comments by Larry Fura, the TSDFs are generally not prepared for full implementation. Out of 9 TSDFs in the country that I worked with to try to get fully manifest at a site in Region 2. Only one was able to do it, and it was tedious for them. And brokers need to be realized as a pivotal part of this process as well. The additional time will be needed not to impede shipments of hazardous waste due to technology hurdles and manpower limits. The last thing we want to do is to make it so difficult that people are backing up against their storage dates and having a problem getting waste out. USWAG mentions in their comments that transporters and vendors are not yet set up to use full e-manifest. I will add here that rail shipments are a major hurdle in this process. The rail companies that I've spoken to pretty much have not been amenable to working with or utilizing e-manifest because of their systems in place that kind of circumvent and allow them to ship without it. The need to be included in implementation challenges need to be overcome prior to any kind of rollout as far as utilizing rail is concerned. I think staggering with business size makes the most sense. I think it's really important for EPA to use their own system to show compliance and implementation. Despite the OELM memo in RCRA Online 14961 guidance, it's not really being used to the full potential due to the TSDF and rail hurdles. I would recommend kind of opposite of what Jennifer said and agreeing with Angie that larger generators would be the step to get full implementation, including all EPA generators and possibly all governmental agencies first adopt e-manifest before foisting it on the rest of the industry. One of the benefits listed in that memo is to ensure EPA cleanup programs lead by example in the full adoption of the manifest system, and that's been a really hard charge to lead. Sorry again, I have a lot of comments from what Angie said, and I just want to make sure I get to all of them.
No worries, this is great, Addie.
I think large quantity generators are probably better suited to start, besides the EPA comment I just made, would be more suitable to start as they typically have more manpower resources and savvy to be able to ship their hazardous waste via e-manifest. And as far as Emily's concerned, or mentioned with the shipping paper versus the hazardous waste manifest, I agree. I think that, that shipping paper would be good. But again, Angie mentioned that's now potentially a second piece of paper that you have to prepare. And I think that the DOT paper requirement is a hurdle, but I also think it's the easy thing to point to as far as a block, and I don't think it is. I think that there's a way to print a manifest similar to how we're doing now. It still makes people comfortable with having a piece of paper in their cab. We're talking about truck drivers that have been driving for a long time, potentially, or have been trained using paper. And it adds that level of comfort while they're doing something that's difficult and out of the ordinary for them, and that is e-signing or having to do an electronic in addition to having that paper. So I don't think that's as big of a hurdle as it's kind of been spotlighted as. I think that's something that can be overcome and needs to move forward without DOT potentially writing additional rules to oust it. As far as Angie mentioned, the larger generators in the one street, the one line manifest and large soil projects are the way to go. I 100% agree. Those and the bulk oil and that the ones that have one line, they're very simple manifests to do. They're very easy to digest. The data is limited, therefore there's a little bit more quality control available there. Another one that she kind of alluded to but didn't say is the TSDF generator, because these TSDFs don't operate in an island. They have waste that goes to other TSDFs. Those are great streams because you've got two very embedded organizations shipping waste to each other. So I think they can be added to that list as well as far as full e-manifest across the board. And then the other thing is, and Angie kind of said this, but didn't point out that the LDR is required, of course, and it still says that it's required with the initial shipment. It doesn't indicate that that has to be on paper, but the interpretation for most that I've dealt with and provided guidance on was that piece of paper is in the cab of that truck. So you're still not getting away from a fully, you're still not getting away from having some type of paper in that truck if you have to have an LDR in there as well. And I can see LDRs getting lost if it's not accompanied with a manifest. So again, that DOT paperwork and manifest portion, I think is still okay to have that in the cab. And I think that's all I have for now.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Addie. Albert.
I try to be short and sweet before I lose my voice. Couple of things. First of all, Steve, Scott, Brian, all the work that they put in, I appreciate that. With regards to what Jason said earlier on, first of all, he mentioned about voluntary, and that's a result of low adoption rate that we're experiencing. So we may have to change that to mandatory at some point in time. Okay? Now, changing it, this requirement would requires a lot of change in terms of system-wise for many of the providers. I call those providers users of the system. Like mentioned earlier on by board members, this takes time and effort. Organizations may not be positioned at the best right now to fund all this. It may take a couple of years to finish all this. Coming from a system perspective, it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. Got to go to a drawing board before you implement something, and you don't want to implement something that's haphazard. And also training, another thing that needs to take place. So that will cost time and money as well. Now, Jason also mentioned something that we have to be mindful of. He didn't really specifically say the difference between electronic adoption and paperless adoption. We may be going electronic first and then paperless. Now, why that change? Because until there's a change in the CFRs that we are allowed to have, they have to carry for example, the vehicles or transportation can have an electronic copy. We still need to print out a hard copy of all this manifest. So that is not paperless. Let's just go electronic and printing out all this electronic stuff onto paper wise and to be in the cabs of all those trucks and transportation stuff. So that's something that we have to be mindful of. It's not a quick and easy transition. It's going to take time and careful planning. That's my comments.
Albert, thank you so much. Michelle.
Yes, thank you, Carolyn. So the same appreciation I will not repeat, actually already expressed by my peer board members to the EPA and all the public commenters. So I support sunsetting paper, but I believe the date should be tied to the readiness, not just the calendar. So I agree with the lead discussant also, as well as the social discussants, that it may be unrealistic to set up a specific timeline, given today's limited adoption of e-manifest by different entities. So we heard detailed evidence that many large TSDFs, so they still cannot efficiently ingest the broker. For example, yesterday, to Larry's comments on broker originated electronic manifests. So they're using e-manifest mainly as a final repository instead of it dynamically as a record tracking and then maintenance a system. So therefore, my recommendation, I think, is also agree with the discussant for this question. So it's either option 3, staggered, and combined with option 2, probably a later date. So condition on several milestones. So the first, we talk about TSDF, the ingestion capability for all sorts of e-manifest at scale. And then the broker ID and the visibility consistently, they need to be implemented in the system. Also, there should be the demonstrable DOT. I think we kept hearing this as a bottleneck. So we need actually the DOT to collaborate with EPA and then on electronic shipping records. And when all those gates are met, and then the sunset will be both achievable and durable. So that will be my feedback or comment.
Thank you, Michelle. And Phil.
Good morning, and thank you for the chance to comment. And I want to mirror all the thanks that have been said before. And I think a lot of the comments that have already been raised are wonderful and valid. I really appreciate how Michelle just kind of put it, that the timeline needs to be tied to readiness. And Addie's comment concerning LDR documentation is certainly a concern that I would like to mirror. Anytime that you try to transition a process that involves paperwork that doesn't go away while parts of it go away, I think you're going to just continually run into questions from the generator community and from the transporters and all those kind of things, where we have some paperwork but not all paperwork. We have some electronic but not all electronic. I want to point out that I appreciate the fact that the DOT has kind of finally been legitimately brought into this conversation, having them be a part of this conversation yesterday and today, and throughout this, because I think that is a key to getting all these pieces that are separate but integral to this process. I think need to be all on the same page to make this something that gives our community a genuine sense of buy-in. And until that happens, it's going to be hard. And so when you have all these moving pieces of, some are physical, some are electronic, and trying to weigh that, it's going to be, we're gonna, our generator community, our transporters, our TSDFs, our brokers are going to find the path of least resistance, which is at this point still kind of going along with the paper. One thing that I would like to kind of add, kind of as an aside, is yes, we've brought the DOT in as part of the conversation, but I think we're missing another integral part of that conversation, and that is the enforcement branch of the EPA. As a state regulator, with looking at the lack of state adoption and authorization for the other e-manifest rules, going back to 2014, 2018, 2024. I think there needs to be clear guidance and assurance that any of these new regulations that do get pushed, whatever the timeline might be, what is that enforcement going to look like from the EPA for our state, agencies that are going to be, in a sense, in a lurch of trying to get rule adoptions, trying to get authorization, while also trying to provide guidance and compliance assistance to our generators, to our transporters, to our TSDFs within our state jurisdictions with these new rule packages. So again, thank you for the chance to comment. I appreciate what my colleagues have said. And I think, like I said, I think Michelle kind of hit that very well with, the timeline needs to be tied to readiness. And so kind of that option 3 combined with option 2, I think is the ideal. So again, thank you.
Phil, thank you so much. Do not see any more hands up from board members. So with Fred's permission, Jen, right after I said I didn't see any hands, put her hand up. So great, Jen.
Sorry, I thought you were gonna go back to allow anybody else. I was waiting for the full board to comment. I'm not gonna defend my statement, and I guess I want to clarify it about starting small and going large. I was going by the question, and the question was asking whether we should start with small companies versus large companies. But Angie brought out a good point about instead of the companies, the manifest. And to me, that is still small, whether it's a small company or large quantity generator. I was just going by the question, but yes, I definitely, it does not have to be a small quantity generator versus a large. I just think we need to start with a small universe, I guess I should say, like using those repeated manifest, same shipments as a tester before going out into the, other areas. So I'm not going to defend, but I'm going to change. I don't know what the word I'm looking for. I'm going to change my statement saying that we should start with a smaller universe versus a larger universe.
Excellent, thank you. Angie.
Jennifer, thanks for that. I kind of thought maybe I could convince you. I was going to talk about this under another question, but since we've been talking about land disposal restriction forms, I had some thoughts I thought would be best put here. So while the land disposal restriction forms are allowed to be completed one time for ongoing waste streams, it doesn't really say it could be paper or electronic. A lot of people want to see the paper. The requirement for a printed LDR form with the first shipment is an additional piece of paper, potentially a change, and to either eliminate LDR forms, which may sound crazy, but let me finish my sentence. Specifically, if the waste does not meet LDR. So as a TSD, if the generator's telling us it doesn't meet LDR, that's not really important to us. Like we're not relying on it. We're going to make it meet LDR. Or to allow the LDR form specifically to be electronic or to be submitted with the profile instead of with each shipment or with one time. Also, there's another paper requirement that people seem to overlook, and that is container labels before shipment are to have the manifest tracking number on the container label. If you're not getting the manifest tracking number till you're at the site, or even if you get it ahead of time, our drivers actually carry a whole set of labels with them to put them on so that it matches the manifest. I would like to see if we could maybe get a rule change where maybe how we did the barcodes before for like other things, maybe a barcode or something on the manifest could tie it to or on the label could tie it to the manifest instead of having to have that exact manifest tracking number that you may not know until the very last second. And then once again, as I said before, we just need to forget the special. I would prefer not to do special permits just to get DOT to make a change. So thank you.
Thank you, Angie. I am going to take a moment to turn to EPA, who has mentioned they have some clarifying questions they want to ask to the group. And so EPA is who's taking this? Who am I turning it to? Steve?
Yeah, I will ask
Steve
the
Donnelly.
I'll ask the first clarifying question. Regarding specific types of training formats, training topics that EPA should focus on.
Jen?
I think training should be focused on, I guess my first question is, are you asking who or what?
Both?
Yes.
Both, okay. I think that each level, and I mean level by generator, broker, transporter, TSD, are going to have a little bit of different kinds of training depending on the usage of the e-manifest system. I know there's a lot been out there about the e-manifest system, and I would say probably TSDs are probably the most well versed on the training of e-manifest, since they're the ones that use it the most. But a lot of training has not reached down to the generators, and generators have no clue anything about e-manifest for them. I'm not saying in all, I know there's a lot of generators that do, but I know I've spoken to a lot of generators that didn't even know e-manifest even existed. So I think that basic e-manifest needs to be re-rolled out all the way down to the generator. And then as the basic kind of gets rolled out, follow up with the components of e-manifest, what it can do, what it can't do, the corrections. I think, I hate to say this, but we kind of have to go back to basics for a lot of people that are going to now be affected more with the going fully electronic versus those that just signed a piece of paper. So I think we need to kind of go back to square one and start building off of that, but we need to make the universe of who gets that training a wider range. Like I said, it needs to include the generators, the brokers, the transporters, and the TSDs. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Jen. Turning to Steve Donnelly, do you have more to add to that, or I can turn to Addie and Jason who have their hands up?
No, I don't have more to add. Thank you.
All right, Addie?
Hi, yeah, so I think that that I agree with what Jennifer said. That it needs to be different levels for different users. However, I will say that if you're not subscribed to EPA's updates or EPA's notifications, most generators are getting the notification that there's something going on with e-manifest from their TSDF. So not only I think EPA needs to provide training for everyone, also provide the TSDFs and brokers those tools to train their generators, because that training, again, that notification process is coming through another entity for those smaller generators, even larger generators, and not necessarily from EPA updates. So those tools need to be rolled out as well. And how you do that, I don't know, but that's my input, is that, you know, it needs to be staggered, or, you know, the multiple approach, like Jennifer said, and then also provide those tools that other entities can train on e-manifest, because the resource for the EPA to do that for everyone is limited, and it benefits the TSDFs and the brokers to be able to provide that training to their generators.
Thank you, Addie. Jason?
Yeah, I'm gonna actually echo part of what Addie said regarding training to, I've kind of alluded to it in my response to the charge question, but the folks that are going to be interfacing with the generators the most on the industry side are going to be the transporters, the TSDs. And I think if they're kind of given that walk before you run mindset, that's going to be able to be relayed to them. I know in Minnesota, we've got a more unique hazardous waste program where we have 7 metro counties that have their own, you know, their own compliance programs, and we're able to, you know, hopefully relay a lot to them that we get on the federal side, because we keep more up to date on what EPA is doing. But just kind of, again, looking at that, things kind of rolling downhill, focusing on the bigger players in the waste industry. And I personally use the e-manifest FAQ that EPA has already published quite a bit, and I think that is a really helpful tool. The other thing that we've tried to do in Minnesota is on-demand things, where it isn't just I think the monthly calls are great. I wish more people sat in on them and listened in on those and engaged in those. But I think on demand is huge to have something out there and available. No different than the Learning Zen through RCRA Info that has those tutorials on binary reporting and all that good stuff. So that's kind of where I would come from the training standpoint. I think this is something I'm going to get into more in one of my response to the charge questions, but I think there was a public commenter yesterday that brought up, an eManifest user conference. I imagine that would be implemented similarly to the RCRA Info National Conference as well, which I know is just for, state and federal regulators at this time, but I think something like that could be a really helpful, training opportunity as well as just a resource that could be implemented. So I think EPA has a lot of tools in place already for that training. But I guess from my standpoint, if it were a focus group, it would be more focused on the bigger players in the waste industry that are going to be working directly with the generators. I think there's a lot of opportunities for states already to get the information and the training, but MPCA, we also send out a gov delivery that all of our active generators get, and that's where we hope again, you can have all the resources in the world, whether people look at them, read them, participate in them, that's a whole nother discussion. But we do try to not implement, but carry out these opportunities, share them with industry, present them at our own trainings, try to keep those things up to date and current. So making those opportunities widely accessible, like the eManifest FAQ, I don't think it's bad to try to incorporate the generators. That's just such a massive universe on a national scale that I'm not sure how to specify, how to get that outside of, I think, again, starting from more kind of the top down of looking at those CSDS transporters, if there was a more direct way to reach out and focus on those big players, and then maybe something more on demand for, as that universe kind of spreads out and trickles down to more the generator size where there's literally tens of thousands across the country. Thanks.
So we have a couple more board members with their hands up, Jen and then Emily.
I want to expand on what Jason said about the mention of the having like an industry conference. I know a couple of years ago, the Monday before the RCRA Info conference started on Tuesday, there was an industry meeting before or right as eManifest was going live. I think that is a great opportunity for having the industry all in kind of in one place, whether it's in person or virtual, or hybrid. I think that is a great opportunity, but I also want to recommend that maybe one session be integrated with state regulators as well. So that way some states have a little bit more restrictions or more stringent. So that way we can also add in or elaborate on some of the areas that we are more stringent or restricted, or we can kind of explain how some of the states do, how their policies and procedures are on top of what EPA and eManifest are required. So I think that having at least one session of integration would also be beneficial, maybe towards the end of the conference and maybe right before the conference starts for the RCRA Info, if that's going to be a combination. But I definitely think that having a conference for the industry users or the industry side is definitely going to be a beneficial thing. But I think there should be at one point an integration between industry and state, so we can kind of collaborate as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Jennifer. And Emily has her hand up next.
Whoops. Thank you. So I hope that the board will not kick me out for what I'm about to say, but I just want to make a comment. So there, Michelle mentioned that compliance needs to be based upon readiness. Addie mentioned that, there's, some that have never even heard of eManifest. And I guess my question to the board is, understanding that we want to have maybe an extended compliance date pushed out, but I think until we have rulemaking put in place, we're never going to push individuals towards readiness. And so, and I can speak to this specifically from the rail industry, where we just went through final rulemaking where we have to have a real-time train list. And that means that the train list that the crew has and what's in our systems back at our offices, they have to match. So this is very difficult for the railroad. But until we were forced to do this, we just, until rulemaking was put in place, this was not something that we were probably ever going to put in place. And so we had to work towards, once that final rulemaking was put in place, we had to work towards a solution. Now, one thing that I do want to say is that we sought enforcement discretion that allowed us an additional year. But I just want to say, or have it on the record, that I do think that until we have some type of a proposed rulemaking, that the user community, they're never going to be pushed towards, going to that electronic manifest. And that's all that I had to say.
Emily, thank you so much for those thoughts. And next up is Jason.
Yeah, thanks. Just wanted to clarify after Jen's comments that I was meaning more of an e-manifest users conference, which would include more, industry, state, and federal regulators from that standpoint, and looking at that from a collaborative standpoint, since I do view all three of us as stakeholders. So I just did want to clarify that I wasn't necessarily referring to just a industry with EPA, because I do view it states and representing a state here as that being us being an important stakeholder in those conversations, not necessarily in all of them when it comes to a federal rulemaking or implementation, but as a party that is definitely going to be heavily involved in that process as we have been up to this point. So that was it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Michelle. Oh, sorry. Angie had her hand up first.
Quick comment on training, just kind of to level set on what ARCWOOD does. So we actually provide annual RCRA and DOT training for our customers. So like we do a day of RCRA and then like a half day of DOT. And that training is very much tailored to helping people do their waste determinations, understand LDR. Like and we tell them, we're not doing your RCRA training for your contingency plan because we don't know your contingency plan, but it's pretty general. And we have been including e-manifest training in that since 2017, 2018. Where I'm going with the training is, and we're happy to help, and we're not the only TSDs who train customers, other brokers do it, TSDs do. We're happy to train them, but I think we're going to have an endpoint on how we're going to get to fully electronic to get them to the next step. So I guess I don't know how to say what kind of training until we kind of have that endpoint. I think I'm kind of dovetailing with what Emily was saying. And Emily, we're not going to kick you out.
We are certainly not going to kick Emily out, for sure. All right. Michelle.
Yeah, so I appreciate actually Emily's comment on we need some enforcement. And again, I think Phil also added that after my comment. So I just want to clarify. I said first sentence, I support sunsetting paper, and then but the date, especially. The EPA asked us to provide probably a specific date range, and I feel at this stage it may be difficult for us to say have to implement whether within 12 months or 18 months. We could push that date out, but again, I think it depends on just several milestones I just stated. But then I agree actually for any actually the rule or policy, in order to be effective, we all know there need to be some consequences, and then therefore enforcement, of course, it's very important a component. I fully agree with that comment. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And Jen.
This comment is more to ease Emily's mind. From previous board meetings, going fully electronic has come up numerous times, and a lot of the responses was until EPA put the foot down and put a specific date, end date, make it mandatory, nothing's going to happen. So I think that's one of the reasons why we are having this board meeting and the topic of this meeting. So don't feel bad, Emily. We have made this very clear.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. I believe EPA has another clarifying question for the group. Who am I turning to for this? Scott?
DOT one, perfect. So Emily, we just want to make sure, where'd it go?
Yeah.
I'm in yesterday's. Oh, I'm in the wrong chat.
Here's the note. Here's the note I took with the question.
Awesome, thank you. So, just for clarification, the shipping paper regs for rail and DOT 49 CFR 172.205 say that you all can use the shipping paper. However, E2 says overroad must carry a manifest. Is what you're suggesting that DOT harmonize their regulations between E and F to allow for a shipping paper?
Well, if I took their presentation yesterday, that's exactly what they were saying.
If they're
Like
using
that seemed to be to me what they were already implying, that the shipping document, and I know that this is the case for rail, that the shipping document is different than the manifest. Now, with that said, we do have to have all the required information that is on the manifest, on the shipping document, as well as what's already required for hazardous materials declaration on the shipping document. But yes, that would, if that's not already the case, because, you know, I don't completely understand all the over the road. I know that there's a lot of similarities with rail and over the road, but if that is not the case, that is what I took from their presentation yesterday.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
All right, Angie.
So I know a tiny bit about rail and a lot about highway. So I think I just, maybe Emily, I think the issue is DOT, well, in their training, they're talking about a bill of lading. A manifest, I can't say this before, but a manifest is a bill of lading. And so that's the same piece of paper. So I guess to clarify what I was saying is to say that we could just have a bill of lading instead of the manifest, it doesn't really get us anywhere. Does that make sense? It's the same thing. So
No,
you
it
guys have
does
two
make sense.
documents and we have one.
Right. It does make sense. What I guess more of my thought process was around the way that your systems already work. And that was kind of, you know, and again, I can only relate to rail. So the way that our systems work is that we do print out a shipping document. We have a shipping document produced through our systems. So if your system is already producing some sort of a bill of lading, it doesn't necessarily have to be that printout from the e-manifest. And so I get what you're saying is that manifest is the actual physical bill of lading. Understand that. If I was just, I guess, more implying that if the systems are already set up to somewhat produce a bill of lading that could contain all of the e-manifest documentation, is that an option towards this having an electronic manifest, but still complying with the paper shipping document? But I totally understand that the manifest is a bill of lading as well.
And maybe for clarification for everybody else to see what we're talking about is for rail, and make sure I'm right, we take the manifest to you guys, you sign it, then we mail it to the people after the rail, and then you have your bill of lading. And so you have two sets of documents, which is why
Yes.
for clarifying. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Angie. Don't see any other hands up on this topic. I believe EPA has another clarifying question they want to ask.
Two or three, right?
Two.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Scott.
So Jason and Jen, you both, my bad, I'm sorry, I forgot to turn on my video back on. I'll do that right now. Okay. So Jason and Jen, you both suggested we end image only first as an idea. And I believe as soon as possible. Can you please elaborate on how quickly? For example, 6 months after the rule is finalized, what was the thought in the ending image first. And the time frame.
All right, Jen has her hand up first.
I think that image only was the fastest and easiest method that is out there, and that those that did not want to have to do tedious work reverted to that, or the lack of knowledge or experience or anything along those lines, so they just went with the easy fastest route. I think by eliminating image only, it's going to force either fully electronic or to data plus image, which will give them an introduction to e-manifest, give them a better understanding before going fully electronic. I don't think that maybe 6 months to a year after the rule is an outrageous date, but I'm not industry, so I can't really answer that 100%. But I think that would make things forcing them to go into data plus image or fully electronic would, by eliminating this sooner than later, would lead to a better compliance and appreciation and agreement to go fully electronic.
Thanks. And Jason has his hand up next.
Yeah, thanks. I have seen in my time on the board, this is my third meeting, I've seen progress in the amount of adoption by industry from image only upload to data plus image. It seems, I don't have the percentages in front of me, but I think we have seen progress in more of industry adopting that. And my logical brain makes it think that not having a paper processing center that is so far removed from the process to be entering that data and that information is going to improve data quality. I know last board meeting we did talk about sunsetting the actual paper processing center, and I know that hasn't been brought up at this meeting or was discussed really in the white paper, but I think to me, having the TSDs entering that data just makes more sense to me. They're closer to the situation. They know the customers. They have the ability to contact the customers versus somebody at the paper processing center working on entering this data when, again, they're just so far removed from the process. So that is kind of more where my attitude has gone with the paper processing center and the image upload only. And I think with seeing more industry moving towards the data plus image upload, again, I've made some comments of kind of proving the concept of e-manifest. And I think what we have proved, the concept that the data plus image upload works. It works well, whether there's a higher percentage of data corrections for data plus image upload or image upload only. I don't have that data. I don't have that information. I just am led to believe that when I'm reviewing manifests in Minnesota, and I consistently see the same TSDs that we have here signing the same names, no matter what site I'm at across the state, of, okay, it's going to this TSD in Roseville, and I see the same name sign off in that paperwork, and I've seen that for years now, that maybe that's a unique situation, but I can't speak to that. But when I see the same hands touching it, the same folks touching it, seeing it being more customer based versus, again, I forget the paper processing center as a third party removed from the process of now having to, read somebody else's chicken scratch, read somebody else's, handwriting. We know that there's always corrections being made on manifest, not necessarily all of them, but seeing these updates, seeing these changes, even if it's, names, that sort of thing, I just see a much higher likelihood for data quality improvement if that process was ended. So when it comes to a timeline, I think similar to Jen, it is really hard to put a timeline on it. Outside of saying, yeah, it is going to take some time for industry to adjust to that, to change to that. I don't know. I wish I knew more about how many TSDs were doing image upload only. I assume that it is, the same site's doing it versus it being one site that's doing a mixture of data plus image upload and image upload only. But I think, again, if it's a year to transition to that, and if we do know that there's, major players that are doing just the image upload only, if there's a way to even work with some of the states that those TSDs are in to communicate that transition, find out more about why they aren't uploading that data with the image and they're just doing the image, that might help put a more concrete timeline than just kind of giving an arbitrary, 1 year after implementation, knowing that it is going to take some time to get the rulemaking through and do that if that is a direction that EPA goes. So if by the time if a rulemaking was initiated today, it takes X amount of time to do that, and then there was a year up to implementation, that might be enough time, depending on how large that universe is, to, not only for EPA to work with the TSD, but also for, that state to hopefully work with that TSD to, again, kind of prove the concept and say, this is what the majority of industry is doing. And now you are ultimately going to have to follow and kind of fall in step with them. Hopefully that answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And I see that Angie has her hand up.
Jason, while we don't have any TSDs in your state, I would like to point out that sometimes you were asking if it's TSD doing only image only or sometimes both. There are cases when we see an image plus data get rejected for an unknown reason, and then we upload the image. We prefer not to do it. So there might be that might be a way we can fix part of it. I don't know if any TSDs are only doing image only. That would be something Scott would know, but I do know sometimes we are forced to do it when we don't want to due to some error situations.
Thank you, Angie. I don't see any other hands up, and I think EPA had another question. So I have the Kathy.
If I can.
Yeah.
Okay. So hi, everyone. This topic has kind of been touched on through the follow-up questions, but just to kind of more directly ask the clarifying question, with the concept of preparing a timeline that is kind of tagged to readiness, what would some of the flags or criteria of readiness be?
And that was Kathy Davis for the record.
Yes. Thank you.
Angie.
One flag, and I'm not gonna be able to answer Kathy's question very well, but I can say that one flag is industry's not gonna want to spend the time and the money and frankly, the IT resources until we have a final rule. So a final rule would be important, not a proposed rule on making any adjustments.
Thank you, Angie. Anyone else have any thoughts? Jen.
Okay, sorry, I wouldn't unmute. I was surprised Angie didn't mention this, but she had mentioned it earlier about, once the final rule, yes, that's gonna push the industry into it. But I think that the time frame of when to be effective by the readiness is, like Angie had said, their budgets are usually done ahead of time. So that needs to be taken into consideration of, we can't pass this and make it final and then have it go in effect 6 months after when it's in the middle of a calendar year and the next calendar year has already been approved and done. So I think that needs to be in consideration of not so much as when to go final, it's when the sunset date and fully electronic goes live. We can have the rule go in effect in July or January, but the effective date would have to be 2 to 3, 4 years out. Like I said, other things need to be taken into consideration, and I thought Angie could answer that better, but she had mentioned about the budget, so I think that would have to be definitely played into factor.
Anyone else on the board want to identify any milestones that would help define readiness? Not seeing any hands go up. Okay. EPA, were there any other clarifying questions that you wanted to ask of the board at this time?
So I have a follow-up clarifying question on what Jen just said. That was really helpful to start talking about, kind of ultimate effective date. I think the range, and I'm not trying to hold you to this, Jen, but the range you mentioned was 2 to 4 years. And so I think if folks have thoughts in that realm, that would be helpful to hear as well. If you've thought through those things.
All right, Angie.
Yeah, thanks for all that. 2 to 4 years is where we are. Definitely. That is the thought process. You got kind of the year to get it in the budget, you've got the IT, and then you've got testing. There's gonna be a lot of testing on a two-way API, and then full rollout, so.
Thank you, Angie. I'm watching to see if anybody else raises a hand. Addie.
I agree. I think 2 to 4 years gives the industry time to come back and get the training they need, make sure that all the bugs are worked out. If there's, certain entities, the TSDF transporters and brokers that are getting online, gives them time to really hone in and make suggestions and prove out their reporting in that system as well.
Thank you, Addie. Jennifer.
And not only that, but it'll also give EPA the opportunity and time to build enhancements to the e-manifest system if needed to sorry, someone's whispering. Gives us time to it gives EPA time to do enhancements to be able to create new systems, maybe, or not systems, but like I know it was discussed that APIs might not be a possible solution in one of the written comments, that they would prefer like kind of a flat file upload. So there's other things that EPA is going to have to do to the system. I mean, the system went live in 2018, and today we're still enhancing it. So, there's going to have to be stuff done to e-manifest in itself. So having 2 to 4 years allows EPA the opportunity also to build these enhancements in order for us to go electronic.
Thank you, Jen. Phil?
Thank you. Yeah, I would say that 2 to 4 year period would also, from a state perspective, give 2 to 4 inspection year cycles for inspectors, compliance assistance visits, to go in and be hands-on with our generators, our transporters, our TSDFs, and have conversations while we are on site with proposed changes, with the final rule, whatever that might be, to kind of get that feedback, to help troubleshoot anything, to provide documentation and guidance and training, to kind of get a pulse from our regulated universes of, hey, where can we now focus and pinpoint the resources that we can provide as a state, or that we can request from the EPA. So I think, if we can increase those cycles, like, in 2 to 4 years, that's that many more entities within the regulated universe that can have a hands-on discussion with.
Thank you. Thank you, Phil. I don't see any other hands from the board members here, and I believe EPA said that was the last clarifying question from EPA. No more hands up from the board. So Fred, we are at 11:37. We are scheduled to have a lunch break at noon. Do you want to move that lunch break earlier? What would you like to do with our agenda?
Can we move it earlier? And come back at 1? I was gonna ask you if we could have a little extra time for lunch anyway. I got some running around.
We did that yesterday too. So look at you, everybody. We're giving you an extra long lunch break 2 days in a row. So I think it's better than starting charge question 2 and then breaking in the middle of charge question 2. I feel like that would be too disruptive. So we will give you 20 extra minutes for your lunch break, or 22 according to my clock, extra minutes. We will come back at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So enjoy your lunch break, please, and we will see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you so much, everyone.
And Will, can you put up the break slide when you get a chance, please? Thanks. We're off. It's, Okay, welcome back, everyone, from lunch. This is Fred Jenkins, EPA E-Manifest DFO. So I hope everyone enjoyed their little bit of a long extended lunch break, and we're ready to get back to work. I'm going to immediately pass the microphone and camera on to Carolyn Hoskinson, the chair, and she's going to do a quick roll call, and we'll get started continue with the charge questions.
All right, board, we've been through this a few times now, so this should feel familiar. Roll call, Michelle.
Yes, I'm here.
Albert.
I'm here.
Jason.
Here.
Jennifer.
I'm here.
Phil.
Here.
Addie.
Here.
Angie.
Here.
Emily.
Here.
Lovely. Now, if we were all sitting around a table in a room, if this were an in-person meeting, I wouldn't have to ask if you were here, but so thank you for bearing with us as we do this roll call each time we come back from a break or lunch or in the morning. Appreciate it. I want to say thank you to everybody for the very nice, robust conversation about charge question 1. That was a great example of how this process is supposed to work. Really appreciate everyone's thoughts. All the thoughtful responses, questions, answers will be very informative to writing the report and helping EPA as they move forward on this question. So thank you for that. And we get to jump into charge question 2. So charge question 2. What regulatory or policy modifications would most effectively facilitate a paper manifest sunset transition to 100% electronic manifests while maintaining compliance with EPA requirements? And there is a 2A and a 2B. So we're going to talk first about 2A. Charge question 2A. Should EPA consider requiring e-manifest registration for certain entities, such as episodic very small quantity generators operating under 40 CFR Part 262 Subpart L, PCB generators, RCRA transporters, and PCB transporters? So that is overarching question 2 and question 2A. And our lead discussant is Angie Martin.
Good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. Thank you for the questions and thank you for the robust discussions earlier today. To move to fully electronic manifests on the timing that we were talking about earlier today, of course, more e-manifest registration is better. There's no question. So to get there, I agree with Otswamo's comments, if you read those, that episodic VSQGs, RCRA transporters should register with the e-manifest system. Since episodic VSQGs and RCRA transporters have to have EPA ID numbers, I suggest that in the future, we would make people, as they get new EPA ID numbers, register for e-manifest at the same time. Maybe that's crazy. On the PCB front, the way I understand it, according to 40 CFR 761-202 or 205, sorry, C1. No, 202. 761-202 is that PCB waste handled in certain substance situations does not have to have an EPA ID number, and those persons should use the EPA ID number 40 CFR Part 761, which is a really odd EPA ID number. So while I also think that PCB generators, it would be really cool if they had to register for e-manifest as well as transporters, but there might have to be a rule change in 761 to make that happen. And that is my response to question 2B.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Angie. And our associate discussant is Addie.
Hello. Well, this is going to be really easy because I agree with Angie. I think that more registration is better. It allows for compliance that is more easily described and trained on. And the registration process isn't cumbersome or time consuming, but it does definitely make that back end reporting and e-sign easier. Again, she referenced that SWAMO. I was going to reference them as well, that to fully utilize eManifest for everyone with an EPID number. And I agree that getting a registration at the time you get your EPID number is a brilliant idea. To be able to do that all in one kind of fell swoop, to make the process a lot easier for those people that maybe don't get into record info all of the time, like the transporters and TSDFs do. That would make it a lot easier. To fully realize the eManifest potential, PCB generators, yes, should have a normal EPID number, not the 40 CFR Part 761 EPID number. There is some language in that part, which I think is addressed later, referring to number of manifest copies that go to rail. So those would have to be updated. Again, I think that's discussed later as far as removing that handwritten and paper reference. And I think that's it.
Excellent. Thank you, Addie. So now let me ask if any other members of the board have anything to add or any questions. Jen?
I think one of the things that we need to mention here is that eManifest is built into RECRA info. It's not a standalone database. So registering for quote unquote eManifest requires an EPA ID number. So it does not recognize this new for the numbers that PCP generators are issued under that CFR that Angie quoted. So they would not be able to access eManifest through RECRA info because they don't have an EPID number. So that is going to have to be something that has to be taken into consideration, that in order to get into RECRA info, you have to have an EPID number. So that is the stopping point for just letting anybody and everybody register for eManifest. As for EPID numbers and registering when you receive the ID number, if you're a small quantity generator or a large quantity generator, you're already required to register for RECRA info, which would then give you access to eManifest. So that is not, that's something new. It's slowly, going through the process of getting everybody on board and registered, but within the next year or two, majority of all SQGs and LQGs are going to be registered. So that should not be a factor. The question is whether or not the ones that are VSQGs who are not required to receive an EPID number, but have an episodic event, which puts them into a large or even a small generator category, having access to eManifest. Some states are a little bit more stringent on their process. For example, in the state of Maryland, we have different generator category statuses. So anyone that generates 250 or 220 pounds in a calendar month or accumulate 220 pounds at any time must have an EPID number. So that actually kind of covers a lot of the VSQGs according to the federal definition. And so in our regulations, only VSQGs, not SQGs, can apply for episodic. So we make it mandatory that they do obtain an EPID number and register, so that way they can, access eManifest. So again, it's going to come down to how states treat episodic and their rules and regulations. But in the end, if an episodic happens with a VSQG who are not required an EPID number, we either have to make it mandatory that they do obtain one, or we have to figure out another way for people that don't have EPID numbers, or the PCP generators and transporters that don't have an EPID number, be able to access eManifest without having an EPID number. As far as I know, all transporters have an EPID number, so they should be able to register and gain access. The other component we also have to consider is site access. Most of there is a way for you to be able to view manifest, but it also is broken down by per site. So each site has to give permission to people to have access to their site's information. So we also have to look at that as well, where who has access to e-manifest fully and what they can access it without being in an individual sites facilities site information. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Jason.
Thank you. Yeah, in general, I agree with Angie that when it comes to registering for RCRA info accounts, I'll just blanket it at that versus an e-manifest account. The more the merrier. I don't see there being a disadvantage to that for the system or for the programs, but in Minnesota, we require that any site that generates hazardous waste would need to apply for an EPA ID number. And we're more stringent than the federal requirement when it comes to an episodic event occurring for a VSQG. We expect that VSQG to meet the requirements for whatever size generator they are during that episodic event. So if they're going to be an SQG for 2 months or 3 months for an LQG, we expect them to meet those requirements on the state side of what those would be, which now would include requiring them to register for, due to the third rule, register for RCRA info account. So it doesn't really affect, I don't think, Minnesota generators a ton, because we would expect them to meet those requirements moving forward. So yeah, in general, I would support EPA requiring e-manifest registration for episodic VSQGs, PCB generators, RCRA transporters, and PCB transporters. Something I want to highlight as a state that is not opted into my RCRA ID. We do not issue EPA ID numbers through RCRA info. And to Jennifer's point, they can't register for that account until they've applied. I don't know how it works in RCRA info. I don't know how quickly that account or that ID number, and actually based on Jennifer's comments yesterday, it sounds like in Maryland, it can take up to 30 days for that ID number to ultimately be issued. As I said yesterday in Minnesota, it's typically a couple business days is what it takes us for our process. But that being said, we also have a data translation issue in Minnesota that does not flow that data in real time. It takes about a week for that data to flow to RCRA info, which would then slow down how quickly a site would be able to register for an account. But on top of that, it's 2 different systems. I just was trying to figure out if I could see how many states are opted into my RCRA ID, and all I could find in a quick Google search is a e-manifest monthly webinar for February 2018 document. And based on that, it looks like at least at that time, there were 12 states that were not opted into my RCRA ID, which would suggest that there's at least, roughly 25% of the states, 25% that at least at that time were not opted into my RCRA ID, meaning that those states are needing to translate that data to RCRA info prior to a site requesting access and then being granted permission based on how long it takes each individual state to do that. So just wanted to provide that perspective as a state that is a data translator from at least the handler module and flowing those EPA ID numbers issued from a state system into the RCRA info system. Thank you.
Jason, thank you so much. Addie.
Yeah, just a couple things. So talking about VSQG, the one thing I forgot to bring up is that the registration at the time where they are a VSQG would be important, because then as their status would change, they would have retro data to fall back on for reporting in the case they didn't go from episodic but went into SQG or LQG status. They could still see that data, where now if they don't have an EPID number and aren't registered, they can't pull that. There's no correlating way for them to pull that information. So that's one thing. And another thing that Jennifer and Jason both touched on is the states have very different requirements and capabilities when it comes to RCRA info. And I think that record info in the adoption of the e-manifest, 1 year, 3 year and user fee parts. So I think that is important to streamline and take that into account through these different registration recommendations.
All right, thank you, Addie. Jason, it looks like your hand is still up. I didn't know if that was, looks like it went
I
down.
forgot to put it down.
Great, okay. So Phil is up next.
Yeah, so to Jason's point, 13 states have not opted into My RCRA ID per RCRA info. I would also like to highlight in 40 CFR 262, 232A 3, very small quantity generators are required to obtain an EPA ID number prior to managing hazardous waste from an episodic event. So I mean, that requirement is already there. And obviously that doesn't take into consideration how different states operate with generating those EPA IDs, but I think it's just important to point that out. And to that point that Addie just made about how states are different, Montana specifically is more stringent in that we require an annual report from all generators that existed as a small or a large or a very small quantity generator that took part in an episodic event during calendar year. So having those very small quantity generators already active in RCRA info, hence having access to eManifest would be greatly helpful for those generators doing their annual reporting to us as a state agency. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Phil. And Jen.
Well, Phil answered the question about how many have opted in. I was looking at RCRA info while Jason was talking to get that, but he got it faster than I did. So yes, it is 13. But also I wanted to point out that in the help document, it does state that if a state has 30 days to turn around and issue the EPID number, and if it's a translator state, they have 60 days to translate that data. So even though some states do it in a quicker fashion, it is stated that we have 30 days straight to issue the number and 60 days as a translator state. So I just wanted to put that out there that there is turnaround times.
Excellent, thank you. I don't see any other hands up from the board, and I want to see if EPA had clarifying questions on this.
No.
Question? No? Okay, great. Then I think we are ready to go to charge question 2B. And so I will read that question to everyone. 2B. Should EPA remove the existing paper-based manifest record retention requirements after sunsetting paper manifests? Would this obviate the need for certain generators, such as PCB generators, to obtain a RCRA-issued EPA ID and register for eManifest, thus reducing the burden on those entities, or should those entities continue to be required to have access to their manifests? And our first lead discussant, again, is Angie Martin.
Good afternoon. Thanks again for the question. And I do think that EPA should remove the existing paper-based manifest record retention requirements after sunsetting paper manifests. But the corollary to that, or the addition that I personally think, is that we should make the eManifest the copy of record, not any other paper records. So when I listen to what EPA says, I get the impression that you guys think the generator copy is a copy and the transporter copy is a copy and the TSD copy is a copy. That is a way to think about it, that they're 3 separate documents. To me, it's just one document with revisions. And the only reason we have different copies is because we used to use literally carbon between the pages. So to be the document, there's not like separate documents. It's one living document that gets modified as you go. And so the final uploaded eManifest is the one that I think EPA should consider as the final copy. But I would think the second part of the question, I would think entities would want to have access to their eManifest data due to long-term circle liability. So think about this. In the old days, I mean, you had to keep your paper manifest for 3 years. Many when I used to teach RCRA classes, I'm like, you can keep them from 3 years, but your binding report data and your circle liability goes on for a lot longer than that. So you may or may not want your manifest, but depending upon how you think about your circle liability. So my issue though is if an entity with an EPID number doesn't have access to their manifests, can't they register later and get access to their manifests? So I would assume that they can because they're going to be in the database. And that was my comments on this question.
Thank you, Angie. And our associate discussant again is Addie.
Angie's making my job really easy. I agree with her that we should allow for the e-manifest and remove that paper manifest record keeping requirement so that they have full access to their documentation through e-manifest. And also, very important part that she brought up was we're not talking about 3 separate manifest records. We're talking about one record that has been updated to reflect the most current and best information as that very last uploaded copy. I think when you start adding in that the generator copy and the transporter copy, you kind of lose the whole point of what eManifest is supposed to be doing. So I think that's imperative. Variables and inconsistencies in record keeping and variations in where those records are kept lead to confusion or gaps in compliance. Again, this is with the assumption that the states are also fully adopting and allowing for that record keeping to occur.
All right, thank you, Addie. So now, do any other members of the board have anything to add or any questions on this charge question 2B? Jen.
I want to address the issue of issuing EPID numbers to PCB generators. Currently, this number is that the number they do obtain is issued by EPA or regions. They're not at the state level, but if you start having them register or have them obtain EPID numbers, that is going to fall onto the states. The states are already overwhelmed, underfunded, with the notion that if they do require PCBs to get EPID number, it's going to put more work on the states to also not only issue these ID numbers, but to approve users to maintain the users. And we already, like I said, are overwhelmed and underfunded. So that needs to be taken into consideration that a lot of what goes on in record info, which again, eManifest is in, it's not a single in its own database. So registering just for eManifest is not really, you have to have an EPID number for that. So it's not just like a separate database and you can just register and have access and have free for all. So I just want to put out there that some of this stuff is going to fall onto the states, and the states, you know, like I said, are underfunded and understaffed. So just throwing that out there.
All right, thank you, Jen. Michelle.
Thank you, Carolyn. So I fully agree with the other 2 board members who are the discussant for this question. So once paper is officially sunset, I think we shouldn't actually requiring to keep existing paper-based manifest record anymore. However, I do want to add a couple of things. So the one thing I think EPA need to ensure the long-term electronic record retention. So that need to be specifically spelled out so that the involved party would have confidence in just solely relying on the e-manifest. And then also need to provide reliable backup and disaster recovery plan there. So that's one thing. And another thing, just the legal clarity, whether the electronic signatures and then the files meet the evidentiary standards. So those need to be clearly stated. And then also another thing for entities like PCB generators, this change seems like mean they either need to register in the e-manifest system, or they probably need to have some type of proxy access if they do not, they do not register. So they may need to have some proxy access through the TSD, but I'm not sure whether is feasible in reality. So I think EPA need to clarify that all parties will continue to have necessary access without reintroducing paper backstops, or whether that proxy access would be allowed.
Thank you, Michelle. Jen.
In listening to some of the comments and looking at some of the questions, I know it's probably not feasible, but I think maybe EPA needs to explain how e-manifest database is and how to get to it, because it's being talked about as if it's a standalone database. And I've mentioned this already, numerous times, that it's built into record info. So I think maybe EPA needs to take a moment to maybe explain so that people have a better understanding that eManifest is not a standalone database.
Jen, I'm just trying to understand the nature of your question. Do you feel like, I know you've stated this a couple times, do you feel like people don't understand what you've said?
I mean, I'm hearing people, Michelle just did say something about a proxy through the TSD. It's like I said, it's not a standalone. It's built in with record info based off of, so I don't think people are understanding that how eManifest is accessed and how to access it and where to access it and then how it's embedded into record info.
Okay, let me look to EPA. Do you think there's something you could say to clarify this?
Jen just said it. Like the only thing that is probably missing is that RCRA Info is all of the RCRA Subtitle C programs into one. So Manifest is a piece of that. But yeah, I think Jen, I couldn't have explained it better other than saying that, what RCRA Info is as a whole is all of the Subtitle C programs in one place. So if you're getting a notification form, you do that, and then you sign up for eManifest at the same time. So, thank you, Jen.
Is that a part of her recommendations also? That's what it sounds like to me.
I think Jen just wants to make sure that the board understands how do you access the eManifest system, but you access it through RCRA Info. Just a point of clarification.
Okay.
Any other questions on this topic? Not seeing any hands up. So if there are no hands, we can go on to charge question 2C. We are cruising right along here. Charge question 2C says, should EPA consider requiring upload of generators' paper copies of hybrid manifests in eManifest, thereby capturing all manifest copies in the eManifest system? And our lead discussant for this one is Jason.
Yeah, great. I was asking a number of questions yesterday about hybrid manifest to make sure I understood it because I was assigned as the lead on this. So I appreciate EPA taking the time, although it seemed painstaking at times. I could tell by some of the responses that I was doing my best to understand this process better, and I appreciate the responses and the engagement on this topic. But at this point, my understanding of the current process for hybrid manifests, there's 2 copies are printed prior to shipment of hazardous waste from a generator site. 1 manifest is left as a copy with the generator. The other copy goes with the driver of the truck. In principle, this should create 2 identical copies of the manifest. Historically, uniform hazardous waste manifests utilize a carbon copy paper. So any corrections made throughout the process would be documented from cradle to grave, assuming you're writing with enough pressure for each copy to have your writing on them. The hybrid manifest would need identical corrections to be made to both copies of the manifest so that the record stayed the same. And I do believe this presents a potential data quality issue if the image upload of the generator's hybrid paper copy is not uploaded into the RCRA info system, or the transporter does not make the corrections on the manifest as they're supposed to. We all know how things should work, but we also understand that there will be human error, whether it's not entering a written correction on a hybrid manifest making incorrect keystrokes on a fully electronic manifest, or any series of other possible errors. And I understand this is why we have the correction process already built into the system for the paper manifests that are being uploaded as either an image or image plus data upload. Because any generator that chooses not to sign a manifest electronically will be using a hybrid manifest once the system is fully electronic, which is essentially an unknown universe. I believe the EPA should require generators uploading paper copies of hybrid manifests in the eManifest system. This may also promote sites that are resistant to signing electronically to sign electronically, and this could appear burdensome on some generators to put that responsibility on them, where at this time it's on the TSDF. I understand this creates another compliance requirement. For example, what if generators aren't uploading their copies? But to ensure data quality, it seems that EPA should require generators to upload their copy of the hybrid manifest, especially if corrections are made. I'm just kind of wrestling with this one, because I do feel like it's redundant and not really the intent and purpose of the system. But I want to ensure that any corrections, any handwriting that goes on that hybrid manifest do get into the system. And I do see it as a QA/QC step to ensure accountability between the generator and the transporter in TSDF well, I guess it would be on the TSDF based on my understanding yesterday that those corrections should be updated within 24 hours or before the shipment changes custody. So that is what I had to say about charge question 2C. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And next we will turn to Addie.
Thank you, Jason. I agree with most of what you said. If hybrid is allowed, then they should be uploaded for backup, only for consistency. Again, consistency is important, and as it makes compliance easier for the generators, the transporters, and the TSDF. Just for that QA/QC check, like Jason mentioned, if paper reporting and record keeping is up for debate and removal, then all copies of the manifest must be available in the eManifest database. The use of multiple variations of manifesting must be eliminated to assist in compliance and in training. So I do agree with Jason that if hybrid is still allowed, then that copy should be scanned, if not for reference for anything else, maybe not for compliance, but just to make sure that it matches the end copy.
All right. Thank you, Addie. And next I will turn to Michelle.
So thank you, Jason. Thank you, Addie. So I agree with both of their kind of arguments or statements here. So I think in short term, uploading the generator's paper page can help in the near term and add accountability and transparency. But the EPA may need to treat it as a transitional safeguard, because when I heard or read the public comments, I think on one hand, I believe it's AST SWMO, so they underscore the states want complete auditable electronic records to reduce reconciliation issues and improve data quality. However, on the other hand, as I read public comments, I think from ETC and then Reclaim Energy, also from yesterday's, I think the broker, the Larry, so they all highlighted it may actually add a burden or extra burden for generators to make copy and upload to the eManifest system. So therefore, I think yes, we may actually EPA should require that probably in the near term, but treat it as a transitional safeguard. At the same time, need to focus on the policy and IT effort. For example, like data first, electronic workflows, make the broker ID visible, and then the align with the DOT requirements. So I think that's my response.
Excellent, thank you. Any other members of the board have any comments? Angie.
Right. Thank you. I want to point out again, just that hybrid manifests are going to be a huge burden on the transporters, especially those ones that are not already brokers or TSDs. Because like you're literally wanting them to almost like type in a manifest while they're sitting in their truck, and we have a driver shortage. So I'm not a huge fan of the hybrid option. But in my opinion, once again, as I said in the last question, EPA should be clear that electronic copy of the manifest is the only official copy of the manifest. Just like I don't think there's revisions, it's like just one official copy. So I would don't think EPA should require uploading the generator's paper. But I personally don't think about manifest copies separately. Just thank you very much.
Thank you, Angie. Phil?
Thank you. Yes, I would say I would agree with a transitional kind of safeguard idea, kind of as Michelle put it, where I guess I would take it a step further and have, the EPA set some sort of data quality target for this transition period, that if we can maintain a specific QA/QC of the data, then we can readdress, can this be phased out from again, from the hybrid perspective of the generators uploading these things. Because I think without having that safeguard in place, I've personally experienced, and this was prior to the 2024 rule, requiring small and large quantity generators to be active in that environment. So accessing e-manifest data, to receive that final signed copy, a generator who had 3 years worth of manifests, that their record was paper, right? And their paper copies that they sent off and received back had hazardous waste codes on them. But 3 years worth of those manifests went into the e-manifest system without those hazardous waste codes being associated with that waste stream. And the only record that we had was these paper manifests. But again, they were uploaded into the e-manifest system. So it was very clear and easy to see that this is a data quality issue. This is an entry error, because, again, this generator had no clue that anything was wrong because they received a final signed copy back that had those waste codes on it. And so if as a part of this rule rating, we can have some sort of a QA/QC target that can then be, an attainable goal, I think a phase out would make the most sense at that point.
Thank you, Phil. Jen?
I'm going to explain I'm on the OSWAMO Program Information Management PIM Task Force. And we had taken on a project and released a position paper in 2024 on data quality within the e-manifest system. What we had done was we took the scanned copy and compared it to the data that was entered. And we found at least a 70% error rate. Some of the data that was missing could be, minuscule and not really important, but the purpose of this was to show that what was on the scan copy did not match what was entered into the e-manifest. So hearing this and knowing this, granted, there's been, huge improvement since that position paper had been issued, but it still shows that what is on the scan copy doesn't always match what was entered. And what I mean by entered, meaning version 1, not a correction. So I would definitely think that having them scan the generator's copy, knowing of this, study result that we had done, would be beneficial for data quality, compliance, reporting. So I think it definitely needs to be used as a safeguard.
Thank you. Angie?
Hi, I thought it might be worth reading into the record what SWAMO stands for so that we can use that in our report. That is the Association of State and Territorial Solid Waste Management Officials. And for those who aren't familiar with it, like Jen is a member, but like all the states and the territories are able to join that association. So I just thought we hadn't said that yet, felt like that was important. I wanted to say a couple things about Jennifer's report about the 70% error rate. Swamo issued that paper, and the TSD community through ETC took it incredibly seriously. Swamo was able to share some additional background data with us. And in fact, Jen and I presented with Steve and Donnelly at the SWAMO conference in Kansas City a couple weeks ago on this exact topic. There were just a few things since we brought that up, that study. Once again, we thank SWAMO for the time. They brought some errors to our attention that were not known to us. In fact, one specific error, I'll just give you an example. Our system, we were receiving waste from another TSD. We were not paying the transporter. Our system had the example manifest with transporter A. The other TSD, the generator TSD that was shipping waste to our incinerator was using transporter B. We missed changing that, and we made a whole bunch of errors. The same error over and over and over again with just the wrong transporter. It was a data entry error. Our team, we sent out a big email, did training on our side, and we do really think that we've done some corrections. We know all of our other people in the ETC have done corrections, and wanted to point out that the exercise that SWAMO did was a data seeking exercise. It was not punitive in nature, so we appreciated that. And the manifests were judged on a pass-fail basis. So when Jennifer mentioned 70%, if there was one error on the manifest and there's 20 items, give or take on a manifest, it wasn't a 95%, it was a fail. And just to kind of, just to make sure we understand the math. And then some errors that were identified, we went back and talked with SWAMO, and they agreed that some of the errors were identified weren't actually errors. And here's an example. Paper manifest has 6 spots for waste codes. Many of us know you can have way more than 6 waste codes. So electronically, most of us TSDs upload all the waste codes in our system because we have them in the profile and we have to know them for LDR purposes. So one state counted that as an error. So they weren't all errors. I just want to point that out. And then we did go back. We agree that there were errors. We agree we could have been way more careful. Not all errors were created equally, but they were all judged equally, and that's fine because it was a lot of work. The states did so much work, and we're so happy. But we did take the report seriously. I just wanted to make sure everybody didn't think that 70% of moving forward manifests were incorrect. And we think is part of the maturation of the process. So thanks again for that. But I'd hate to use that one data point to say that all manifests are bad. If we're going to use data like that to decide if we have to upload paper copies, I think we need to do some additional studies that were more statistically significant, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. And Jen, I see your hand, which just went down. So maybe that was left over from before, or where did you?
No, I hit that one first before I hit the mute.
Oh, great.
I do want to make it very clear that after talking to ETC and about the waste codes, that error was taking out, but there was some that was a legit error. So I just want to make that very clear that we did take it out. So that's why the number kind of went down a little bit. And I do agree that it was a random study. There was no parameters, but it also shows that there was 50 manifests pulled for each state. There's 10 regions. And so 10 states are on the task force. So that was over 500 manifests. And we had a 70% error rate. And like I said, there's been some improvement since then, or not some, there's been a lot of improvement. But because of that, it shows that there could be errors. And having the hard copy scanned can prevent future errors by having that reference point and not a he said, she said situation in addition. So I do want to make that clear. And yes, if one area we broke the manifest down into different areas, generator information, transporter information, so on and so on. And if there was an issue, yes, it was counted as failed. But if you go to the position paper on the SWAMO website, you can see the breakdown. But I do want to emphasize that whether it was structured or non-structured, we did find errors. So there is a lot of room for improvement. And having that hard copy as a safeguard would be beneficial.
Thank you, Jen. I will note that for this question, I feel like our board members have expressed different opinions about the answer to this question. And we mentioned at the very beginning of the meeting, we were hoping to shoot for consensus as much as possible. So I'm wondering if the board wants to have some more discussion of this question. I heard some people say yes and some people say no. In answer to charge question 2C, do board members think there's an opportunity to further discuss this towards a consensus answer? Or if not possible, we can just note that some board members felt one way and some felt the other. But Emily?
So I have a quick question, and Angie has brought this up multiple times, and I think this is probably just based upon my misunderstanding. But when we talk about kind of that hybrid manifest, is it that if that is used, that once it gets to the transporter is required to input the information within the e-manifest system, and then the generator has a period of time to upload that manifest, so it doesn't necessarily originate in the e-manifest system? Am I understanding that correctly, or can someone walk me through that process?
So Steve Donnelly is gonna try to help.
Thank you. Yes, this is Steve Donnelly. I have a clarifying question about this that I think will help you, Emily. So with the hybrid manifest in question, this is an electronic manifest. So it starts in the e-manifest system. At the point of shipment, the waste leaves the site, the generator is left with a printed out copy of that electronic manifest for their record keeping. And then the transporter goes along with another printed out copy of the electronic manifest to serve as the DOT shipping paper. The transporter is signing electronically. When that waste is received at the designated facility, is signed electronically. And then at the end of that shipment, that paper copy that the transporter carried is going to be recycled, right? Yeah, so that gets recycled. So the question I have is for the board that I am hearing that there is some leaning towards the generator uploading that paper copy, that it remains on site, the paper copy of that electronic manifest. When could the board discuss and clarify when should that generator upload that paper copy of the manifest?
Before the board answers your question, Steve, could I see if, I think what you laid out is part of the scenario the board was asking about, but I think specific to Emily's question, I think the situation that folks are trying to wrap their heads around is the scenario you gave is when no changes need to get made at pickup, right? So it was entered electronically into the system, truck shows up to pick up, everything's exactly the way it was entered in the system. So generator paper copy, transporter paper copy, all still accurate, off transporter goes. But I think what the board was trying to wrap their heads around is, what about the situation where generated in the e-manifest system, show up on site, what there's there to pick up is different. So something needs to be made more accurate at that point. Then there's a record question, right? Either something is handwritten and crossed out. And I think Emily's question was, is it the transporter's responsibility, like the truck driver has to log into the system and make any changes because what they went to pick up wasn't accurately reflected? I think that's the question.
Yes, okay, so in that scenario, and we sort of touched this on the video, where the changes on the actual printed out paper can be done. You don't need to print out a new copy. If you just make those changes on pen and ink right on that printed out paper in the manifest. However, and one of the things we showed with the system demonstration is that we do want to make it easier to make those changes in the e-manifest system. So this would be one of those situations where either through a lightweight version of that direct manifest access, those changes can be made in the system, or using the remote signer policy, that person can be contacted and those changes can be made in the system, as well as the generator on their paper copy. They could make those changes and keep that on the paper as the shipment progresses. But as we move towards a more electronic future, we do feel that we want to make it easier to make the change electronically in the system, since that is the copy of record. Those changes should be made through the system, utilizing our remote signer policy or using a sort of direct access to that manifest.
Emily, I just want to see if that answers your question before I go back to the question Steve posed to the board.
No, that's very helpful. I just wanted to make sure that, one, that the transporter's not sitting there. I think somebody mentioned in the truck entering in the information. And I know via rail, we wouldn't be doing that. So I just wanted to, just to clarify, because if that was the case, I wanted to change my opinion on the first charge question that was asked, but I don't, from my understanding now, that is not necessarily the case. So I'm good. So I appreciate that.
Okay, I think Steve's question then was, how soon should the generator have to, if the decision is to require the generator to upload a scan of their copy, how soon should that be required? Was that your question, Steve?
Yes.
And does the board have any thoughts on that? Jen?
I guess I'll take a stab at this. I think that it can be uploaded at any time within the time frame that a final, I know it's by the time it gets to the TSD and it will be already fully electronic by that time in the system. And I'm pulling a blank on the top of my head how many days turnaround that the TSD currently has to get the manifest uploaded. I think it's 30 days after receiving, but I could be wrong. I'm pulling a blank on the top of my head, but I think that it could be done the day that the shipment is picked up, just to be done and over with, or it could be done when the shipment arrives and everything's done. But I think that there should be a time frame, but I don't think it should be dictated unnecessarily when, because they might forget to go in and do the comparison.
All right, thank you. Jason?
Yeah, I know from having dealt with some of these not these type of situations, but just when we think about it, actually interpreting rules, enforcing rules, inspector discretion, from a regulatory standpoint, typically we try to look at, some form of consistency, and it seems like in my brain, I feel like it should be uploaded, quicker, just because it is done. The generator doesn't have any more real involvement with this shipment outside of QA, QC, that information that got entered correctly, but it does feel like, kind of echo what Jen was saying when it comes to a 30-day, somewhere in that 30-day period, that seems to be consistent with a lot of other, not only CFR, but also state rules of, we issue a lot of enforcement documents that require a 30-day corrective action response time. Jen was talking yesterday about how they have up to 30 days to issue that EPA ID number. Currently, I believe she's correct that TSDs have up to 30 days to, upload that manifest. So to me, it feels like that would be consistent for generators to have that time, although logically it doesn't necessarily make the most sense to me, just because, again, it seems like it could be in there quicker, but it also does give them time, and we know that they have a lot more going on in their world and at their facilities than just e-manifest. So that timeline does feel reasonable to me. I had another question that I wanted to bring up and kind of ask the board for clarification on, but I will wait to do that until we've kind of finished answering this question.
Okay, Addie?
Yeah, so I think that 30 days is reasonable, but it may make more sense to have that uploaded within the window of reporting that the TSDF would use to report a significant discrepancy, which I believe is 15 days they've got to report a significant discrepancy back to the generator. So it makes sense that they would have that hybrid copy that the generator had prior to that significant discrepancy timeline kind of running out. So if there is a major difference on the initial generator copy, the hybrid copy, and the final TSDF copy, they could include that in that discrepancy window. I don't know if that's making sense or not, but I think that should be, that 30 days maybe shortened a little bit, just so there's not an additional discrepancies discovered after that significant discrepancy kind of deadline for the TSDF.
Very helpful, Addie. Thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands up with response to Steve Donnelly's question about how quickly the generator's copy should be uploaded. But I think the bigger question, the actual charge question of should the generators, I'll reread the charge question. Should EPA consider requiring upload of generators' paper copies of hybrid manifests in eManifest, thereby capturing all manifest copies in the eManifest system? Thank you for putting the slide up. So I feel like I heard some yeses and some nos, and I'm wondering if through further conversation, the board has any more feelings on this. Jason?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a clarifying question to the board on this and hope for people to weigh in here. But as I was thinking more about Angie's response of talking about should we, well, basically her comment about the hybrid manifest being a big burden on transporters. I guess something I was just thinking about. So as I've said multiple times, Minnesota is not opted into MyRCR ID. So we issue EPA ID numbers out of our own system, and we also require annual reporting for all of our VSQGs, SQGs, and LQGs. So those sites are reporting their hazardous waste to us each year, and we don't accept basically any paper submittals for EPA ID number applications or hazardous waste generator license applications that we're collecting on an annual basis. The only circumstances that we typically accept a paper copy is if somebody doesn't actually have an email address, which there are a few smaller generators out there in the state now that they at least they claim they don't have an email address, and so thus they can't register for, in Minnesota, what we call our e-services account, where you would request an EPA ID number, modify it, inactivate it, or submit your generator license application. So based on EPA's discussion yesterday, it sounded like, at least from my notes, that if a site chooses not to sign electronically or does not have a RCRA info account, that they would be able to utilize the hybrid manifest. And so I know in some instances, the transporters or the TSDs can be stricter than even the state rules, similarly to how the states can be stricter than the EPA's rules. But I know there is at least one hauler in Minnesota that requires an EPA ID number if a site is only a used oil generator, which we would not typically issue a EPA ID number for. Sites call and ask about it. We say that's their policy, not ours. So I guess what I'm wondering is, when it comes to the hybrid manifest, is there a way to, and again, kind of going back to this discussion on policy and implementation of rules and needing a rulemaking to kind of push industry to accept this and adopt this. When it comes to the hybrid manifest, are we able to tighten up those requirements more, where there isn't quite as much wiggle room on when to utilize a hybrid manifest? And again, in Minnesota, we issue EPA ID numbers to all of our VSQGs. They have to report annually. So they're likely, I would imagine, going to get kind of pulled into the e-manifest world, because if eventually when the transporters and the TSDs are adopting this, and what I've heard from this board meeting is that that's kind of the path that we need to go first, is start with the brokers, the TSDs, the transporters. Are these VSQGs going to get naturally pulled in anyways? And currently there isn't a requirement for them to register, but if that's, this hybrid manifest option, if it is just for those two situations, is there a way for rulemaking coming to tighten that up, where it isn't, an unwillingness to sign electronically and sites that don't have accounts? So I guess part of that is elaborating a little bit on what Angie was saying about this being a burden, and trying to understand more from a state regulator perspective on what it does look like on the industry side, because we just don't see that as much. And just trying to understand if it is going to be a burden and is viewed that way by industry, how can we brainstorm different ideas for how to kind of prevent hybrid manifests from being used more than they have to be. So hopefully some of that conversation was helpful, and I am interested to hear if there's any other board members that have any other systems that kind of operate like Minnesota does, where we really don't accept a lot of paper applications, or any other perspectives. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Jason. Turning to you, Angie.
I guess I want to make sure to be clear on what I see as a burden is when these container loads, the numbers are never right. No matter what you're going to have an e-manifest, it's not going to probably be the same when you get there. It's just, I'm sorry, not likely, is rarely going to be exactly the same. It might be, but that's where some of the burden is. But, I kind of think I would try to limit the use of hybrids just in a general sense, because once you have an EPA ID number and you have, I think Jason was kind of leading this way, you have an EPA ID number, you have an email address, why can't you just do a fully electronic manifest, is where I think that's where my brain's kind of heading. This hybrid one is, unless there's an overriding reason, I don't really think that it's a great way to do business. So.
All right, thank you, Angie. Addie.
I agree with Angie and Jason, that if the hybrid is necessary, then it kind of removes that striving for fully manifest, because it's not, because you still do have a paper, you're still having a generator sign, they have the registration, they have an EPID number, unless you limit to who can actually use those, like Jason said, or fully eliminate them, it doesn't really make sense to allow for, unless it's there's a sunset period on hybrid manifests, I don't know. It doesn't really make sense to continue to allow a generator to wet sign on an e-manifest when the whole goal is to get onto an e-manifest. So that's my 2 cents.
All right, Jennifer.
After listening to everybody talk, the more I think about this, the more I've realized I think the ones that are going to utilize the hybrid the most is those that don't have an EPID number, the VSQGs, or as EPA refers to them as voluntary manifest, where they're not required to manifest it, but they choose to outside of episodic. So in that situation, it will have to be a hybrid, because they do not have EPID number. They do not have access to RECRA info. They cannot register in RECRA info without an EPID number. So I think once, we've already have the third rule in place where, SQGs and LQGs are required to register. So they have full access to e-manifest. So I think outside of extreme, certain circumstances where maybe, it's a remote area, has no internet connection or cell service or whatever it may be, I think majority of the hybrids are going to be those voluntary manifests, or those that do not have an EPID number but must manifest it. So I think that is now going to change the answer to the question, because they can't upload their original copy because they don't have access to e-manifest. So I think that kind of changes things a little bit if you put it in that perspective.
Jennifer, in response to your comments, I'm thinking back to the way the board answered charge question 2A. And I'm recalling that pretty much everyone said the more the merrier, in more official terms than that the more people that are required to register for e-manifest, the better. And then that leads to, I think, the conclusion you're making, Jennifer, which is maybe there won't need to be so many hybrid manifests if.
Well, you
most
can't register.
users-
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It just, if most users are registered, I think I'm trying
Yeah,
to see if there's a connection between the answers to 2A and 2C.
Yeah, I mean, you can't register in e-manifest via record info without an EPID number. So PCBs can't register, VSQGs can't register unless they have an EPID number. So if they have an EPID number, they should register, regardless of what generator status they are. But by law, SQGs and LQGs are required to. Some states require their VSQGs to, register and obtain an EPID number. So again, I think that if you want everybody to have access to e-manifest, regardless if it's PCB or hazardous waste or whatever generator status they are, then the rule has to change to everybody has to have an EPID number, regardless of their generator status, quantity, all that stuff, which I don't think EPA is willing to go to. So yes, the more the better, unless EPA comes up, which I am going to make the recommendation in one of the future questions, is to have, like I said, e-manifest is within record info. You can't get into record info without an EPID number. So for those that don't have one, they can't access e-manifest. So I'm going to, make the recommendation that there be some kind of way to have a generic login to be able to access e-manifest without going through the normal proper channels, I guess you can say. Or everyone has to have an EPID number, no ifs, ands, or buts.
Well, it sounds like that's a teaser for one of the future charge questions that we'll be getting to, Jen, and your responses to that one. All right, so last call for any comments or questions on charge question 2C. EPA has said they have no clarifying questions for the board. So I'm just pausing for a minute to see whether there's anything else the board wants to add on 2C. All right, then I think we are ready to move on to 2D. Just for those of you who are wondering what the rest of our afternoon is going to look like, I'm just going to note that in the agenda we are shooting for a 3 p.m. break. So we will, I will keep an eye on the clock and see where we stand in the vicinity of 3 o'clock, but we are shooting for a break at 3 o'clock Eastern. But for now, I will jump into charge question 2D. And the question is, in the unlikely event that the e-manifest system becomes temporarily unavailable for electronic manifest tracking, is the replacement manifest proposal adequate? Or should EPA retain the existing replacement manifest requirements for when the e-manifest system is unavailable? And our lead discussant is Angie Martin.
Hi. I appreciate that EPA has a plan to address the unlikely situation that the e-manifest system is down. And I heard some really great numbers yesterday from EPA on the up part of the e-manifest system. I would suggest, though, that what's proposed in the white paper, we might add a few additional options where potentially a photocopy of a manifest would work temporarily while the system is down. Like maybe somebody could even sign, like hand sign on a photocopy or a PDF version. So I just think maybe there might be a few more options or a scan of a paper copy. But also, if we're going to get to a fully electronic manifest, which is the ultimate goal, EPA should consider other modes of system failure that are not the e-manifest system failure. What if this has happened, where maybe one whole phone system, national service provider goes down, and so we can't get to the internet, or at least one TSD member of ETC had a whole system failure where their system was taken hostage by had a ransom held on it, and they had to run on paper for a while. So I do think that there are some other potential catastrophes that could happen. So once again, for instance, a service provider such as a broker, transporter, or TSD has an event. Another example of a situation where a generator won't have an EPA ID number. I know we've been talking about this for a while now, but and Jennifer mentioned earlier today that states have 30 to 60 days to give EPA ID numbers, which is a lot. There are situations, and I'll give you a couple of examples, that might be there's waste generated at a DEA drug bust of a clandestine laboratory where that waste can't wait 30 or 60 days for an EPA ID number, and it has to be moved. And frankly, the law enforcement officers aren't going to wait for it to get moved, but that generator site is bigger than a VSQG. Also, we have situations where there might be a transporter who spills the load on the side of a road and they don't have an EPA ID number because they're maybe a gasoline transporter. We do those cleanups on the side of the road. Certainly the police officers aren't letting us, if we're doing the emergency response or one of the other emergency responders in the industry is doing the emergency response, we have to move that load right away. So those are times when there isn't going to be an EPA ID number that's a whole lot more variable than some of the things we just talked about. So I think we need to think about a few different times when a paper manifest might be necessary. And so that is really my comments. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Angie. And our associate discussant is Addie.
Okay, so a couple things I wanted to mention was we talked about a single paper copy used and later to be signed as an alternative when the e-manifest system is down. And I think that's a great option, assuming that the generator had the wherewithal to create the manifest and print it while the system was up and running, and that they printed it prior to signing. Therefore, the process would need to be built into their manifesting process to do that. But it doesn't always make sense to do that, as they normally would print after the weight and the quantities are established. A lot of times they wouldn't sign it in the e-manifest system until their transporter had it loaded so they could certify it was shipping properly. Therefore, I'd ask, is it acceptable, if it is acceptable, to ship hazardous waste on a single sheet that doesn't have a corresponding EPA ID number, meaning manifest number. Sorry, I wrote that wrong. So if it doesn't have an e-manifest number, but it's the PDF, or if those can be, and I think we've already kind of indicated that there would be a situation where you could have blocks of manifest numbers associated with a certain generator, the TSDF, et cetera, so that you could maybe pull that out of a system. So that in that situation, I think that that on a single sheet of paper would be acceptable to sign. And then there's also mention of this standalone manifest from a separate EPA website on a separate network that the generator could, or TSDF, or whoever's creating the manifest could go in, create a manifest and have it printed out. Or retrieved, assuming all of the things that Angie said aren't happening. You don't have full network failures or malware or ransomware or whatever, and you can access connectivity. What I would ask is that it be possible that generators can have templates built into this separate EPA manifest system, because as we've kind of indicated, the driver's sitting on site, time's ticking away, and we're creating manifests. This takes away from productivity on site. It adds to our demerge for transporters on site. It adds for frustration. Everybody's pointing fingers and getting mad at each other. So to have a template that is, especially where I'm talking about like soil projects, but it could be for any kind of situation, to have a template that's already kind of pre-made for that generator in that alternate system to be able to create a manifest quickly that has a proper manifest number, has the TSDF that they use frequently, has their transporter already assigned in it, so that that process is streamlined and doesn't really eat into the time on site or their manpower, and they can keep moving that way. And I agree that, like Angie said, there's certain situations where there's probably going to be the need for paper in the situation that there's not an EPA ID number, or there's other kind of outages or downtime that the EPA can't have control over. You can't create a system that's outside of the network for everyone in the entire country. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Addie. And now that we've heard from our lead discussant and our associate discussant, I will ask other members of the board if you have any comments, questions. Phil.
Thank you. I guess a little bit beyond kind of what Angie and Addie stated, where I certainly appreciate their comments, and I agree that it is important to consider the outside of the e-manifest system, downtimes and that kind of thing. However, when I read the question, I guess my initial thought went to I just want to keep my comment core to e-manifest specific downtime, or I think the EPA should consider including some sort of contingency plan that incorporates specific timelines for a situation in which services are not restored in a timely fashion. And I think that language should include what is the acceptable amount of downtime of, again, specifically the e-manifest system before a contingency plan or a secondary system should begin. I think that kind of language would be extremely helpful for those entities that are needing to navigate this in the midst of an unexpected downtime of the e-manifest system. So again, have the EPA put a number on it. What is the acceptable amount of downtime before XYZ occurs? Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. And Jennifer.
I second what Phil says. Definitely, need to put some, parameters around it, because it's not very often that eManifest has gone down since it's been launched since 2018, but it can. I think majority of the time that you were going to have issues is based on outside interference. I know there's been several times where I couldn't log into my laptop because my cell service is down and I couldn't get my multi-factor auto, I can't say that word right now, get my code. And so it can happen. It has happened. I do believe that we should have a backup template somewhere. Maybe even have, generators and TSDs to have hard copies already pre-printed with them ready to go. So that way, if they can't even, access the internet at all, they'll at least have some hard copies in there. Also, another thing that I was thinking about, like when Angie said about emergency response and stuff like that, there's another whole category of EPID numbers that we didn't mention that may or may not make it into RecRite info. And those are, emergency/temporary EPID numbers that are usually issued in these situations. So in those, that kind of made me think that because the system is going to generate the manifest number. So maybe there could be each, TSD transporter or somewhere there could be like a list of emergency temporary manifest tracking number so that we would still have some kind of tracking mechanism to be able to follow through with after the fact. So, each company get a block of, emergency temporary tracking numbers. So that's something to think about as well.
Thank you, Jennifer. Albert.
Okay, I want to clarify, when they say the e-system is down or temporarily unavailable, they're referring to the EPA side, the system side of things, not on the client side of that means they do not have access, they can't access the internet and things like that. Which situation are we talking about?
The way the question is phrased, I believe the question is asking in the event that the e-manifest system itself is not available. But I think what I'm hearing from some of the board members is there are contingencies that need to be thought about if there are other problems as well. But the question was specific to if the e-manifest system is available.
The system side where the e-manifest system is on. So that's something that I was a little bit confused, because when they start talking about ransomware and everything, that's not that the EPA system will be not susceptible to this. In fact, it would be one of the critical infrastructure that people would attack, and my students would defend all these things. So I think we should concentrate more on the system side, and we should have a system in place, whether it's the current system or the current replacement or current existing system. That's just my opinion.
Thank you. Angie.
Thank you. So thanks for that, Albert. I just want to point out though that I think some of our concerns, and mine, and I'm not going to speak for everybody else, is that this is like our last board meeting before there's going to be a rulemaking, and there was maybe a hole there that wasn't addressed, and we want to make sure we get all of those comments in here so EPA can use them to inform the new rulemaking. And I think that goes to kind of maybe ETC's comments about maybe sometimes we'd like to be able to ask the questions, but because we're thinking about things that EPA is not thinking about, kind of the
right. All these safe computing practices, it is dependent on the client side. So all the systems and practices, the users need to be trained not to be susceptible to ransomware and things like that. When I was working for the state, we get training every quarter from the IT services. I'm not sure if it goes out to all the same.
We train, yeah. We train our employees too. And we just have to have an out for an eventuality, I think. Does that make I agree with you. We got to do all the safety stuff, but we can't let the regulation box us in that we shut down shipping hazardous waste.
No.
Because there's an outage. That's
the question addresses on the system side, not so much on the client side. And the client, we will have to figure out some way. If we have to go back to a fax machine, we will need to use a fax machine or something like that.
When roaches rule the world, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
I just don't want to box us into somewhere because the last time I went to Carolyn and asked for enforcement discretion, she gave me the what we like to call the Heisman, the absolutely no enforcement discretion. So I'd rather think about these things. I'd rather get it built into the rule and restrict it as much as you need to, but give us an out, like a safety valve if there's a problem.
Angie, I'm trying to remember if that's quite how I phrased the conversation.
I mean, I think you guys wanted to help, but just there was not a mechanism for you to help in this. You understood this situation. There was no mechanism for us to get out of the situation where everybody could be in compliance all the time. I'm trying to learn from our past situations and make sure we have like that safety valve.
Yes, the regulations say what they say. Sometimes we wish they said something different. So
Let's
this is
think
a
about
good
it.
conversation to
That's,
have.
yes. But thank you for the lively conversation, Albert. That was great.
Addie.
Well, rolling on to the safety valve, another thing that this kind of brought up for me was if the e-manifest system's down, not for specifically for tracking, but for pulling those final manifests for a compliance audit or inspection, and those records weren't able to be pulled at that time. Say the generator didn't have a backup database where they, after every shipment, they saved a PDF or saved the record of the shipment for the regulator, that there would be some kind of way to allow discretion as far as getting that information when the e-manifest came back up, so that there's not infractions just for inavailability of the system.
So I think if I hear what you're saying, Addie, you're saying the user should not be punished in an enforcement scenario if the e-manifest system is the reason why they can't provide records they're being asked for.
You said that much more eloquently than I did. So yes, that's perfect. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Great. Jason.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to share, I guess, some language that came to my mind just when it comes to this discussion that has kind of evolved from talking about e-manifest system outages to things that are outside of our control. I understand, I get training just like everybody else does about phishing attacks and all that fun stuff, but we have some language in Minnesota rules probably similar to the CFR in its own way, that essentially if a transportation time extension is necessary and LQG is going to go over 90 days, the language that we use that we're looking for from a generator to justify that an extension is that, sorry, I had it located on my screen here. Now I just lost it. Oh yeah, so basically due to unforeseen, temporary, and uncontrollable circumstances is a situation where we would grant a time extension. We also have some enforcement language in some of our negotiated enforcement actions where essentially we can extend a deadline due to an act of God or delays caused by our agency in reviewing timely submittals required by a negotiated agreement. And then we define what an act of God is as an unanticipated grave natural disaster, other natural phenomenon of an exceptional, inevitable, and irresistible character, the effects of which could not have been prevented or avoided by the exercise of due care or foresight. So this is just some language that I'm thinking off the top of my head that we use in our regulations and in some of our enforcement actions that are built in as safeguards in the sense that I think some of this discussion has been about, that maybe EPA can consider in a rulemaking that would assist in some of these situations where I get it, no TSD looks at ransomware and says, yeah, that's what we want on our system is our users to click on sketchy links and all of a sudden our company is on the hook for, tens, hundreds, thousands of dollars, all that good stuff. But maybe some language like that is either in the CFR already for time extensions or other, EPA enforcement tools that's similar to what the MPCA does. Just wanted to interject that. Thanks.
Thank you, Jason. Jen?
I wanted to address what Addie was talking about, the inspectors and the system being down. I can't speak for every state inspector or EPA inspector, but I do know that for Maryland inspectors, I think they would be kind of understanding because it's going to be blatantly obvious that the system is down because they won't even be able to access it themselves to be able to pull the manifest as well. So I think there will be some discretion on inspections if e-manifest system goes down. I can't necessarily speak on if the generator system goes down. But I'm sure most inspectors will be more understanding, especially if there can be kind of like a proof that they can't access it. So I don't think that is a bigger problem or issue, but that's just my opinion.
Thanks, Jen. And EPA has provided a clarification. Hopefully this will be helpful to folks that the existing regulations specify that no one can be held liable for not being able to produce copies during inspections if the system is down. Hope that helps people. So I think I'm watching to see if there are any more hands. I'm not seeing any more hands, but what I think I'm hearing from the comments on this charge question is that a more expansive thought process of what the possible contingencies might need to be would be helpful. I think that's what I'm hearing from most of the comments of the board members here. I'm not hearing any disagreement that would ask me to ask you to come back and try to reach consensus. I think we're hearing a pretty consistent feedback from all of you on that charge question. That was charge question 2D. See, the longer I talk, the longer the board members have to raise their hands if they think of anything that they wanted to add to this one before I move on. Okay. So it is 2:30. Are you ready, Fred, to keep going and move to charge question 2E? We have a half hour before our scheduled break.
To be honest, do we mind taking a break now? Is it okay?
It's okay with me. So we were scheduled for a 3 o'clock 15-minute
is-
break, but we
yeah.
can go ahead and make it a 2:30 15-minute break.
Yeah.
You want to do that? Okay. So 15 minutes, we will be back at 2:45 Eastern time. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Welcome back from the break. Let's please do a quick roll call, make sure we have quorum to begin.
All right, Michelle,
Yes, I'm here.
Albert,
Present.
Jason,
Here,
Jennifer,
I'm here.
Phil,
Here.
Addie,
Here.
Angie,
Hello, here.
Emily.
Here.
Oh, you all have been so great. You've been back from break on time every single time. Fantastic. Okay, this is great. We are moving into charge question 2E. And question 2E asks, what ways might these requirements impact small businesses, specifically who generate or manage RCRA and PCB wastes infrequently? And our lead discussant on this one is Jason.
yeah, thank you. So I have already alluded to this a little bit, but in Minnesota, we do things a little differently than in the other, at least as in the CFR, but Minnesota is home to over 12,000 very small quantity generators and approximately 9,000 minimal quantity generators, which is a subset of VSQGs that generate less than 100 pounds of hazardous waste per year, along with no acute waste. And so I just want to use this as an example to show how we do interface with a lot of these smaller businesses that might just operate a parts washer. They might just generate waste once a year. But of those 12,000-ish VSQGs that we require annual reporting from, we don't require that from the mini QGs or the minimals. There are approximately 2,500 located in outstate Minnesota that the MPCA directly interfaces with to collect hazardous waste generator license data. The rest report directly to one of these 7 metro counties located around the Twin Cities, and then those counties submit the data to MPCA. So we do interface a lot with small businesses in Minnesota, and I'm hoping to use some of that experience to kind of give my perspective on how I see the e-manifest, the electronic system affecting those businesses. So in Minnesota, we've been utilizing e-manifest to evaluate whether VSQGs that are not reporting to us are either a legitimate generator or are sites that have not generated waste in numerous years and have an active EPA ID number due to historical purposes and have not activated their number. So we see the huge value of e-manifest and are using it to benefit our program. Our licensing cycle closed over a month ago, and upon the licensing cycle closing, we still had approximately 15% of our VSQGs that had not reported yet, including a handful of LQGs and SQGs. In approximately 6 weeks, our licensing coordinator has been able to get roughly a third of those 15% remaining sites to report. Minnesota has been collecting annual license data from VSQGs electronically for 10 years, and we're still experiencing compliance issues with our generators complying and reporting on time. Despite extensive efforts by our licensing coordinator, which is a dedicated position to carry out our hazardous waste licensing program, we're not able to achieve 100% compliance rate for VSQGs without initiating enforcement, and we never have been. Even then, we really don't have the time or resources to do that for every VSQG every year. Our licensing coordinator frequently hears they didn't think it applied to them, despite them having an active EPA ID number and numerous emails from us. The ownership changed. They aren't getting that much. What is a hazardous waste? Or the transporter picks it up, so they don't want to double report the waste or don't believe that they do have to report it. I'm sure we'll hear a lot of similar comments regarding the implementation of e-manifests for small businesses, whether it is VSQGs that get tied into it due to this being a national initiative, or small LQGs that have a few employees, or smaller SQGs. The reality is, if they can't keep up with our state reporting requirements that have been in place for years and has been the same electronic system for 10 years, a new electronic system for the same program, meaning RCRA, and I know Minnesota is one of 13 states that has our own system and don't use my RCRA ID, but sites see that as 2 different systems, and this does affect at least 13 states. It will present similar struggles. People will be confused, if not more, because they will likely use the e-manifest system less frequently than even our state system. I understand that not all states require VSQGs to manifest waste, but I use our VSQG data to just to prove a point of how I believe small businesses who generate hazardous waste infrequently will be impacted by any manifest rulemaking. Industry, especially hazardous waste haulers, will likely interface with these companies the most. So I expect them to have more burden working with small businesses than on the state side. I just see that interaction of being on site, working with these manifests, initiating the manifest. Yes, we're going to get the calls from the companies if they need help accessing their site or getting assistance with RCRA info. But once they have that access and they get into that system, I don't see that being as much as the sites that are consistently going out to these small sites and manifesting the waste with them. So yeah, the state will need to oversee account registration and management, but industry users seem to be working more directly in the e-manifest system with specific generators. Small businesses will see this as an increased burden in taking away from the time that they could be working and making money, though it will likely not consume much of their time. I think the perception is different than reality. And like any new thing, it's going to take time to learn it, time to adjust to it. A lot of generators I meet with on sites, they talk about how they like their paper. They've got their huge, thick 6-inch 3-ring binders with all their manifests in it from all time. They ask me what year I want, and they've got 20 years of manifest data. That's, for the LQGs, but again, for the smaller sites, it will be perceived that way. I also envision staffing overturn being a frequent issue where generators are often needing new people requesting access to their site and RCRA info, and states needing to interface with the companies to assist them in getting access. I've already experienced groaning and grumbling from LQGs needing to use login.gov to access RCRA info now, and I'm sure with the infrequent use of RCRA info for small businesses, they'll need help desk support to get into their account because they won't know their login information. Just last week, I was helping a company submit their hazardous waste generator license application for Minnesota, who would have been a VSQG, and they weren't even able to answer their security questions, which were, what is your mother's maiden name? What high school did you go to? And what is your oldest sibling's middle name? I kid you not. The individual clearly did not read the questions closely when filling them out, yet I spent considerable time with her on the phone with no ability to assist in resetting her challenge questions. So the more electronic systems in place for any user, the more likely they are to not understand what the system is for, how to access the system, or why they need access to the system despite years of using the same program. Those are just some of my examples I wanted to lay out as to kind of how I perceive this affecting small businesses. I do see there being a benefit once the e-manifest system gets moving and off the ground and kind of running like a top in a well-oiled machine, because it should hopefully decrease the burden. But I do see that initial kind of buildup as being a very kind of burdensome process and cumbersome for these smaller businesses, especially when they are doing, and I have to have that conversation with LQGs in Minnesota every year of, why do I need to submit a binding report when I'm already submitting this information to you? Got to explain to them it's a different report. We're looking for different fields, this, that, and the other thing. So again, that is kind of my perspective on how the e-manifest requirements may impact small businesses. Thank you.
Jason, thank you so much for that. Next up, our associate discussant is Addie.
Hello, Jason. That was great information to really hear that boots on the ground experience with those SQG or VSQGs. So a few things that Jason mentioned previously and then that he just mentioned that I want to talk about. And the first is he mentioned previously that some of these people don't even have an email address. So that's a huge hurdle, that technology in general, that they would need help walking through what that looks like, setting up how to request an EPID number and registration if they don't already have that, or if their predecessor set it up. walking through that is going to be a real challenge. And then a huge learning curve for those who infrequently ship. Hopefully they're utilizing a TSDF, a transporter or broker who does ship, and they can lean on their knowledge to stay compliant. But the EPA may want to also consider a support line specific to those types of issues, or chatbot support that would support those who infrequently use eManifest or can't even log in through login.gov, because I know that is a challenge. Definitely have seen that in my experience with some transporters and generators. And I think it's important for federal EPA, regional EPA to support these training scenarios to help support the states roll that out and create something that's good for those smaller infrequent generators. There's a high likelihood for errors if people aren't using the system very often. They may not understand what a field request is, and I know that in the system there are some little things you can hover over and click on that kind of explain it. But if you aren't already savvy in the regulatory world or haven't created a manifest in a year, that still may be a challenge. In those users may need additional support that your large quantity generator, TSDF, transporter broker would not necessarily need. And then coming from my experience dealing with PCB generators, I worked at a chemical landfill that regulated under TSCA for 17 years. My experience with those PCB generators that are using 40 CFR Part 761 are a lot of time one-time events or kind of similar to those episodic, but a lot of times they're using a consultant, a broker, the TSDF for guidance. So hopefully they would be leaning on those people for training and guidance. However, they would still need that same support that those infrequent shippers would need, explaining to them what the different fields for the manifest would mean, and then the specific PCB requirements for unique container ID, storage start date, or remove from service. So that's all I have on that.
Addie, very helpful, thank you. And our second associate discussant on this question is Angie.
Thank you. Everything Jason said was amazing. That was great information. Thanks, Addie, too, for your comments. I did want to add just a few other general thoughts of small groups of people who are required to use the manifest that there's a burden to that we have run into. So one, I think Addie already addressed my questions or concerns on the PCB generators. In addition to the VSQGs, there's other generator types that don't require an EPA ID number, but a hazardous waste manifest is required. A great example of this is the Texas Class 1 state industrial waste users. So a lot of those are small. They're not in the hazardous waste system at all. Some of them are, but some of them aren't. These generators will not be able to create or have access to fully electronic manifests because some of them, a lot of them don't have EPA. Some of them do, but not all of them have EPA ID numbers. And then some of my comments to say what Jason was just talking about, his friend that didn't remember her brother's name. Infrequent system users with EPA ID numbers are higher risk of losing account access. That was one of our concerns. And they don't have sophisticated IT systems. And frankly, they're just not getting the training that they need. I mean, we always recommend to VSQGs to get at least enough training that you know you're a VSQG, but they're just not getting the training. So I think there's a lot of burden there. And it's like if you're in, you're in, and if you're out or maybe in, you don't really know. So those are my comments.
Great, thank you. So those are our lead discussant and associate discussants. So do any other members of the board have any comments on this charge question? Phil.
Thank you. Again, I would like to thank Jason, Addie, and Angie. I agree with a lot of what was said. I wanted to make sure to enter into the record the comment from Swamo that the upfront costs and time commitments constrain limited budgets and resources, mostly impacting those in the small business community and rural areas. I would like to kind of expand on that and say, I feel like that's only going to be increased by those that are doing infrequent generation, not only because of, Addie mentioned, some of those smaller ones are reaching out to TSDFs and brokers and those kind of things. The reality is when a generator, especially an infrequent generator, then now needs to work with a consultant, work with a broker, those costs again increase even more versus being able to rely on your already, knowledgeable employee base. I think of those infrequent generators like our public school systems that are doing laboratory cleanouts, where it's a brand new science teacher that's fresh out of, the university system coming into something that, hasn't had a lab clean out in 30 plus years, and a school district that doesn't have, the tens of thousands of dollars to do, an official, actual clean out. And part of that is, historical mismanagement, and, all those kind of things are still a part of it. But there is going to be a large portion of the burden that's going to be placed on these entities that just don't have access to that kind of funding, don't have access to the knowledge base and the skill set. That then becomes, passing that burden around to, taxing, the local consultants and brokers, taxing, the states, for guidance, for compliance assistance. And so, yeah, I think it's very important that, anytime you have a limited budget and resource, it's going to have heavier impacts.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate that. Jen?
Just to kind of build off of what was already said, and I was going to mention this one comment, but Phil already did, so thank you. But a lot of these small businesses rely on the broker, transporter, TSD to kind of do everything for them. So now we're going to start asking them to have to do something. And usually the ones that, if they do have access to RecRa info, it's someone sitting upstairs in the corporate office, not some guy standing on the loading dock. And there's been so many incidents where, and we're finding this out with the registrations requirements and stuff, is that turnover upstairs is not necessarily making it to RecRa info. So that's going to put more burden on the state to, in a hurry, get someone to be able to register, approved, and be able to sign the manifest. And then in some situations where we're going to use that text messaging option that Steve had shown, again, the person on the loading dock might not have a company phone and does not want to use their personal phone. So this is going to be we'll definitely put a burden on the smaller businesses because they're so used to just signing a piece of paper and relying on someone else to do all the work. And now we're asking them to do the work. So it's going to take a lot of training, might take some monetary upgrades, like maybe issuing a company phone or having, a tablet available at the loading dock. But it's definitely going to have an impact on the small businesses, and in fact, going to have an impact on states as well, because like Phil said, we're gonna be the first ones they call. So we're gonna be the ones who is going to have to walk them through things, and possibly fix things to get them to be able to do what they need to do. And sometimes it needs to be done right there because the truck driver is standing there, and it can't be done because it's going to take a minute for us to delete the person, register the person, get them to sign their ESA. So it's going to be some kind of burden on the small businesses and the states as well.
All right, thank you very much. Looking to see if any other members of the board want to raise their hands on this one. And while I'm waiting, EPA, any clarifying questions from EPA on this one?
No.
Okay. All right, I'm not seeing any other hands. So that takes us to charge question 2F. I will read the question. This is a pretty broad one. Are there other regulatory or policy changes that EPA should consider in moving to sunset paper manifests? And Angie is the lead discussant.
Thank you. So I mentioned this yesterday, but I want to go ahead and restate it today. We have at least one TSD within our system that gets conventional ammunition demilitarization or CAD program shipped as hazardous waste. And that shipment, those shipments are controlled unclassified information, which means that it's like a need to know situation. The product, so what CUI is from the time it leaves the generator till the time that it gets to the destination facility. And if we go right now, that information isn't in any system at all. But if we go to fully electronic, that information will be in the e-manifest system. And as we talked about, and it's not P-coded because I know that stuff's protected, but as we talked about yesterday, states and federal government can see that data while it's in transportation. So we're going to have to figure out a way to fix that situation. Other regulatory policy changes, I mentioned this earlier today, but I wanted to bring it up again. Potentially another way to put the MTN or an alternative for MTNs or manifest tracking numbers on labels. Addressing the LDR situation. I think Phil's talked about that. I've talked about it. A few people, I think Addie even brought it up. Addie brought it up too, I think, where like, let's find a better way to do the LDRs because it's just one more piece of paper. Any other things that are just pieces of paper that we have to have with the loads. Those would be the other regulatory changes. And so, and I know Scott did comment yesterday that the military CUI had been worked out, but I do wonder if that was for the publication, not while it was in transit. So I just want to make sure that EPA talked to DOD about that. And those were my big things for charge question 2F.
Excellent. All right. Well, Addie is our associate discussant on this question.
Hello. So I think the one thing, Angie touched on the LVR, which I agree with 100%, that needs to be accounted for in this system or in this process. Tracking and record keeping of changes or edits to each manifest should be captured and reviewable by all parties signing the manifest. What I mean by that, and I have alluded to it in past discussions, is that it really is important. And right now on paper manifest, you can see where every change is made, and typically initials are kept, and you've got those multiple copies. That information still needs to be captured somewhere. And I think that's important to consider in record keeping. Allows for accountability, time frame review, and data accuracy after the full manifest is received and reported. And then the other thing that I struggle with is rail. So it is currently a significant hurdle. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that I'm an expert in rail shipping. I do use it as much as I can, but right now I know they can't currently accommodate. So I've been told by multiple rail options that until the rules force them to comply, they will not comply. So I'm just asking that the EPA consider putting that force into place. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Addie. And now I will turn to the other members of the board and see if anyone else has anything they want to add to the answer to charge question 2F. Jennifer.
I would think we brought this up before about enforcement. I would definitely would have to kind of comb through the enforcement CFRs to see if all components of electronic manifest would be acceptable in the courts. Because I know a lot of times we've gone to court and we didn't have a wet signature, I know times are changing, so things, electronic signatures are being more accepted, but there's some components in the enforcement CFRs that might reference manifest in its original capacity and not in the electronic capacity. So enforcement would definitely probably have to be looked at.
Great, thank you. Albert?
Thank you. One of the things that Mark from DOT was speaking to was the HMR and also all this, what they call public comments to those changes in the CFRs. And so that electronic copies of all these manifests and things like that would be accepted. I hope on the EPA side, we will also look at RCRA, however you folks pronounce it, because if it still requires a printed copy, we will not be helping out each other. So all this rule change will need to come into place together. That's what I hope to see, so that we can go fully electronic and paperless.
Thank you, Albert. Emily?
Thank you. I wanted to address Addie's question, and I'm wondering, is your question more specific to rail as far as the signature process?
As far as utilizing e-manifest, full e-manifest, and so that signing process, yeah, it's part of that.
Okay. As far as rail, I just want to speak to that we want to use e-manifest right now. We are in a position that we could fully utilize e-manifest, but it has to come, when from the generator or when the actual shipment is initiated. And so for us, we could start tomorrow if the process would be that it's in the e-manifest all the way. So every user within the e-manifest, that it starts and ends, that the rail would be willing to do that. We have tried to work with several different generators or even our shippers to pilot that process. We just cannot currently find anyone that will actually pilot this with us. So I just wanted to make that clear that we are willing. If you ship with BNSF, I would be willing to work with you, because we are definitely looking for someone to pilot the e-manifest program with. And again, like I mentioned, we want to start the process. We want to pilot it first, but I think that probably rail is very well positioned to fully comply with the electronic manifest.
Thank you, Emily. Michelle?
Yes, thank you. So I think this point has been touched upon, but I just like to stress the EPA need to codify a continuity safeguard. So in other words, EPA need to clarify outage policies. So what if the system actually went disrupted or just outage occur, and then how the stakeholders or how the inspectors, regulated entities, they need to know exactly how to proceed if the system is temporarily down or unavailable.
Thank you, Michelle. Addie?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond real quick to Emily regarding the utilization of a fully manifest. I appreciate that, Emily, very much. And my experience comes from the rail lines that I've attempted to engage, from full e-manifest from the generator clear through the TSDF, and multiple rail lines have indicated that's not something they're interested in until they must do it for compliance, until EPA forces their hand, essentially. So while I appreciate BNSF is possibly an outlier to that, across the board for the facilities or the rail lines that I've talked to about initial, I'm talking fully manifest, there was not interest until they're forced by EPA. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Watching to see if there are any other hands from the board on this question. I believe that EPA has a clarifying question on this one.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. For this particular question, does the board have any considerations regarding the current remote signer policy, which says the system needs to be updated with an electronic signature within 24 hours or before the next handler has taken custody of the waste? With the prospect of, a paper sunset, we would be interested in having some clarification on this current policy.
Addie.
From my experience, shipping via e-manifest large soil volumes, that before the next handler takes the waste or 24 hours seems to be sufficient. Again, this was an over-the-road trucking scenario in which the facility was less than a day away. If they're more or longer transit, that might be a different answer, but we were able to maintain that, and it seems like a reasonable time frame.
Angie.
So I'm gonna think about a little bit longer time frame than Addie. I always want to hedge my bets for the weekends. So I think 72 hours would be better than 24 hours because things invariably happen at 4:45 on Friday and everybody's gone home. So just want to point that out.
Thank you, Angie. And I think Addie's hand is back up again.
I'd like to retract my previous statement and say that, yeah, I agree with Angie. 72 hours is a lot more palatable for those weekend scenarios. Sorry, thank you.
Angie and I have been in multiple conversations about weekends and what that does to time frame. So thank you both for bringing that up. Anyone else? EPA, was that your only clarifying question on this charge question?
Yes.
Okay. Then seeing no more hands on charge question 2F, I think she takes a pause. I think we are ready to move to charge question 3. Look at us cruising along. Charge question 3. The question is, how might this transition be coordinated with other burden reduction initiatives to maximize efficiency gains for both industry and regulatory agencies? And our lead discussant is Emily.
Thank you, Carolyn. To coordinate the transition away from the paper manifest with other burden reduction initiatives and maximize efficiency gains for both industry and regulatory agencies, the public comments suggest several aligned strategies for consideration by the e-manifest team. One public commenter mentioned their systems do not integrate with API and therefore proposed a solution to provide a file upload via simple file formats like Excel, excuse me, or CSV. This could help to reduce costly API integration for facilities with limited IT capabilities. One of the other public commenters representing the broker community mentioned the need to have certain information such as a broker ID when a broker is assisting with the manifest process. So one of the things that I thought about is eManifest could consider programming edits based upon user types or potentially modes with prompts or clarifying questions to provide the user community the necessary information to effectively transition eManifest into their current operations. And an example of this, for instance, in the broker's case, some type of maybe a prompt or a pop-up with a clarifying question requesting the broker ID be put into the manifest record when a broker is part of the manifest process. Another example of this is when rail is part of that transportation piece, potentially having some kind of a prompt that asks them to provide the initial car number would be helpful. And that is my answer to question 3.
Thank you, Emily. Appreciate that. Our first associate discussant on this question is Angie.
Thank you very much. Burden reduction, I would be remiss if I didn't mention biennial reports. Eliminating biennial reports would be a quick slam dunk update to show real progress and cost savings, and it does not have to be dependent completely on electronic manifests. And then I mentioned yesterday, but I'll make sure to put on the record today that the biennial report, while the biennial report's required by the regulations, the contents are required by the form instructions. So those might be easier to change than the regulations. But I also know that this was discussed several years ago during these events, but I definitely think a burden reduction initiative that would get a lot of people excited about this would be eliminating binding reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. And our second associate discussant on this question is Albert.
Hi, thank you. I'm contemplating a lot more on the user conferences, how that could be utilized in terms of reducing the burdens on everyone, not just on the EPA, because it will bring together everybody to the table. At different levels, they can have different panels and different training sessions and things like that. That would help and ease some of the difficulties that, especially I call it the client side, where they are experiencing. That's all I have.
Great, thank you, Albert. Those are our lead and associate discussions on question 3. So now I will ask if anyone else on the board wants to add any other comments on question 3. Jennifer.
I would definitely take in consideration the coordinations with the states, because a lot of this is going to end up falling on the states. So maybe, you know, I know there's talks about having the help desk take on more responsibilities and, you know, helping alleviate some of the state's responsibilities, but e-manifest is not a grant commitment for states, but yet we're being asked to do more and more with less funding. So thinking about how this is going to affect the state regulators, because it's going to be a crucial point, I think.
Great, thank you. Any other board members want to say anything about question 3? And while I'm pausing for that, does EPA have any clarifying questions on question 3?
No.
No. Okay. Not seeing any hands raised. That was a really quick one. I think we can move on to charge question 4. So charge question 4 is, what additional tools, resources, or support mechanisms would help ensure all users can successfully implement electronic manifesting? And our lead discussant is Phil.
Thanks, Carolyn. Before I begin my comments, I just want to note that obviously a few of these items have been stated not only as a part of EPA's plan in the presentation yesterday. We've kind of touched on a few of these things just in our general discussion already this morning. But I guess I'm hoping to expand on them a little bit from a context and practical example kind of way. And so I think, you know, some additional tools and resources that can be used to successfully implement this, you know, would include, but definitely not limited to, how-to videos, a sandbox environment, user calls and webinars, robust documentation, and increased live help desk support, especially at the time of implementation. How-to videos should showcase completing individual tasks within the eManifest environment, both for industry and for regulators, in a step-by-step fashion with either built-in timestamps or video chapters to allow for targeted searches and quick answers for repeated use. There's nothing more frustrating than, having a help video or a how-to video that you have to either remember timestamps or kind of fast forward and scroll through trying to find what you're looking for in that moment. And so there is technology already out there. This isn't reinventing the wheel. So timestamps, chapters, that kind of a thing. These videos should cover topics that include manifest generation, correction, signing, process and flow, compliance, and troubleshooting. I think a sandbox environment would be beneficial, especially during the rollout phase or leading up to the rollout phase. And an ideal sandbox environment would be something that has low requirements for access and entry, which means we're not going to be utilizing real data. You can access it with either existing credentials or no credentials, and the ability within that sandbox environment to then practice all components of what's occurring in the production environment. User calls and webinars should be offered with an emphasis on being recorded and providing multiple dates and times to accommodate time zones and schedules. The user calls and webinars should also provide practical examples of different components being shown and walked through. I think robust documentation needs to include handouts and guidance documents that can then be rehosted by states or other entities, brokers and consultants, and some of those other sites that are out there. Quick reference guides to coincide with those how-to videos, and clear guidance on what happens if internet's not available or the eManifest system goes down, that generators or transporters or any entity involved in the process can have in a physical form to rely on in those instances. And I think increased live help desk support at the time of implementation would then ensure real-time access to answers and guidance to a new system, so users are not left waiting for guidance that would help ensure compliance and use. And that comes down to kind of what Jennifer was saying in response to the last question. The states will need direct support, both financially and technically, as the eManifest system is hosted and managed by the EPA, and thus the EPA would be the sole responsible party to provide that financial and technical support, especially in those instances where states cannot do so either financially or technically. Thank you.
All right, Phil, thank you so much. Our next associate discussant is Jennifer.
Wow, Phil said a lot that I was going to say, or he said it more elegantly than me, but I'm going to kind of just go through my list here that I had been kind of writing throughout the whole conference or the whole board. Emphasize on training. Training is never bad. We have a lot out there. I know we have some learnings done in the industry apps and in the regulatory apps, but I think that we need to, broaden that horizon. And like Phil said, with, stop times, and not only that, but we also need to make sure we're reaching the generators. It seems like I'm on those monthly calls that Scott has, and it seems like a lot of them are TSDs. We really need to get to the generators, especially those small ones, because they're the ones that are going to have the biggest impact and the biggest burden on this changes. So I definitely think training is a big component. I'm a big component, a big believer on that conference. I've been to multiple conferences within NSWAMO, within, EPA, and they're great for networking, but they're also great for, kind of like one-on-one opportunities, and great for seeing and hearing things firsthand. But not only that, but you're also hearing what others are saying that you might not have thought of, and then realize, oh yeah, that's going to affect me too. I know in person might not be necessarily the always answer, for monetary and, scheduling, but definitely, virtual kind of situations, outside of just like a webinar training, but maybe more of a table discussion, outside of those webinars. Another thing that, was mentioned on numerous occasions is, in times of outage, whether it's EPA side or the generators or the TSD side, maybe there should be kind of some kind of template established for emergencies only kind of situation where they can maybe have them pre-printed sitting on the side so that way if something happens they're there with a block of maybe temporary emergency tracking manifest tracking numbers so that way it doesn't hold things up. So it's something to think about as one of the possibilities for a contingency plan. I think another thing that we need to look at in the bigger picture is the e-manifest system in itself within Record Info. There is a lot of components now with the fully electronic that is, I don't think Record Info can handle. And, for example, I've mentioned this numerous times. You don't have an EPID number, you cannot access your manifest. So we need to take that in consideration. We need to look at, ways to where maybe, VSQGs who are not required to have an EPID number, but choose to manifest. And I don't want to go the route that we don't include those manifests because, as Jason said, they require it. Maryland requires it for some of the federal VSQGs because of our, 220 pound accumulation regulation. So there's every state's going to be different, and the whole voluntary manifest is, in some way based on each state's interpretation of it because some states are more stringent than others. So we need to be able to have these manifests uploaded because the state might need it for other reasons. So we need to look at, possibly either changing the regulation, changing the rule, and having everyone, regardless of what their generator status is and quantity, have an EPI date number so they can have full access, or we have some other way for them to get into e-manifest alone and not the rest of Record Info to be able to access these manifests. I know the public website, and I know the name just changed and it just went off the top of my head. There is that they can go in and see the manifest after 60 days after it's received at the TSD, but that's not managing their manifest. That's just viewing it. So we need to be able to put in ways that we can access it if you don't have an EPID number. Other things is within eManifest itself, we might need to look at possibilities of enhancing it, adding things to accommodate certain things. Like, for example, I had mentioned the other day, having maybe a box to check that says that this is household hazardous waste or this was an episodic. Because, like, for example, small quantity generators, they manifest all their waste, but that one manifest put them into LQG, and and they have gotten the approval to be an episodic. They did the proper paperwork. They're now exempt from buying and reporting for some states, but the manifest system doesn't show that. So that's going to cause issues because it's going to look like they should have done a buy and a report when they might not have to. Or in situations where the state does require it, regardless of your generator status, and their manifest is not going to match what they have on their GM form. So this could become a problem as well. Or the household hazardous waste is going to show up as hazardous waste, but it was because of the collection, which is exempt. So having the option to kind of mark it, I know that some people put it in comment 14 or question 14, but that doesn't always get completed for every single manifest. So that's a possibility. Maybe even adding broker ID to the manifest. We've heard, Larry say that, broker ID is not on there. So maybe we need to look at ways we can insert that in there now, if need be. It could be maybe like a yes or no. And if it's a yes, a pop-up will appear and we put in the broker ID number. So there's things that might have to be done to e-manifest to make things a little bit easier and to make things going forward a little bit more clearer for data quality purposes as well. We touched on the help desk. I mentioned the states are overwhelmed. They're, underfunded. Some have only one staff doing, EPID numbers or manifest. Some don't even have staff to do manifest because, again, it is not a grant commitment. So it is, some states see it as, since it's not a grant commitment, we're not going to do it. So it's putting a burden on states. So having the help desk expand their horizon and their responsibilities would be, extremely helpful. Having them go to a possible 24/7, because like we've already said, something happens on a Friday night at 4 o'clock or 4:45 when most businesses are closing at 5. Things happen over the weekend. Transportation doesn't stop. It's a 24/7 operation. And there are some businesses that only operate during the evening and overnight hours. They don't operate during the day. So they have to have a pickup at 3 o'clock in the morning. So having the, help desk be able to provide assistance at those, at those moments would be grateful, because they wouldn't even be able to get a hold of a state person. And during business hours, if they do get a hold of a state person, doesn't mean the state person is available to even help them at that time, because, like I said, some states only have one person. They might be in a meeting or they're on vacation or doing something else and won't be able to help till a later time or date. Also, taking on some of the responsibilities away from the states that can be handled at a help desk level versus a state level. Not only that, maybe even put the help desk phone number on the manifest. So that way it's right there in their face and they won't be tempted to call the state for us to say, maybe it's a situation where we can help them and it would have to be referred to EPA. So having that on the manifest would be, beneficial. To go on about the signatures, about the text messaging, I think that's a great idea. It's a great quick to solution, but there are some burdens around it. But I will say that I'm glad that it's asking for the EPID number, because there has been some manifests where the ID numbers aren't matching. So this will be a great way to double check. But there needs to be validations built in, like Angie mentioned. What if they put down the wrong tracking number? There's opportunities for errors, which is, in every case, but some systems have validations built in. We wouldn't need to build this in. Not only that, but it could possibly become an enforcement issue, because we don't know, since this person who's signing it 9 times out of 10 did not go through the vetting process as registering in Record Info with the electronic signature agreement. So it could become a liability issue, because the person either put someone else's name or they're not, trained. And it was just, hey, Joe, sign this real quick. So those things we do need to have to look at in that component. And lastly, I think, we've mentioned this multiple times again, between the public comments and some of the written comments. It sounds like the TSD's internal databases are not equipped to be able to do fully electronic through e-manifest. So you guys are going to have to look at possible, scenarios or situations or solutions to where these internal databases can communicate on a better level with e-manifest, whether, enhancing the APIs, adding the opportunity for flat files, whatever it may be. But it looks like that is going to be one of the biggest hurdles that is going to have to be overcome in order to have this TSD sign on as fully electronic. And that's pretty much all I have.
All right, Jennifer, thank you to you and Phil for all of those ideas. And now I'm going to turn to Albert.
Thank you. I concur with both Phil and Jennifer. Now, the only thing I want to concentrate on is more of the help desk. Having worked for the state of Utah for a while, a few years in different, one of the things that I often receive is a mandate from the state legislators without funding. The help desk is something that's going to be like that, unless, from the conversation that's going on, it appears that the state are not providing sufficient funding for the help desk. I'm not sure in the case for EPA. You folks have a more stringent process in terms of budgeting. So that's something that has, I guess, from the EPA perspective, they may be able to reach out to the state to not convince, but find a champion for all these services that's going to be provided through the help desk. And that's what my comments.
All right, thank you, Albert. So now we've been through the comments from the lead discussant and the associate discussant. So are there other board members with more to add? Angie.
Sorry, always me. So first of all, I want to express some empathy for the states, and I understand their resources. Arkwood and other Environmental Technology Council members, we are all working with the states and territories throughout the nation. And I understand this is some burden to them, and I just want to share some empathy, please. And the second part, I want to propose a support mechanism, which is a realistic path to implement electronic or increase electronic submissions. We've talked the last day or so about how electronic submissions are still less than 1%, and we're trying to get better. And so, and a lot of discussion is centered around maybe a phased approach. So I would like to kind of talk through a proposed approach. It was submitted in the ETC comments, and we call this the manifest header approach. So the proposed approach to increase electronic manifests will give us an opportunity to walk before we run, but will also give regulators what we have heard that they do want most importantly. The simplified process involves the exchange of selected information between service providers' internal systems, our ERPs, or as one commenter called them, the proprietary systems, and EPA's e-manifest system while the shipment is in progress that would meet RCRA's requirements and serves the fundamental purpose of the hazardous waste management industry, which is to ensure hazardous waste is safely and compliantly treated and ultimately disposed of. There will be no paper in this situation, so it will be completely electronic. There would just be one electronic version of the data until the very end. As a first step, we recommend making the service providers, which would be TSDs, brokers, transporters, fully electronic, which is what we're talking about, and then incorporating electronic aspects of the manifest processes and pieces for generators as a second step. Most service providers currently manage hazardous waste shipment data on their own ERP, as I described earlier today in the discussion on question 1. The proposed header record approach requires this data to initiate on the industry side and will allow industry systems to assemble the pieces of the hazardous waste shipment data called header records. That would be manifest tracking numbers, generator EPA ID number, the first transporter EPA ID number, the designated facility TSD EPA ID number, and the date of the generator's signature, and the dates of the transporter's acknowledgement of receipt, collectively called the header record set. The service provider would, and once again, this is an option for service providers. Other people could use the fully electronic type it in system, but the service provider would then provide the generator a manifest image in either paper or electronic format, maybe a tablet with a picture of a PDF or whatever, of a full manifest image with the MTN on it. The generator would review this manifest and agree to sign that manifest per that MTN. The service provider would then push the header record set to EPA's e-manifest system. At this point, EPA would request the generator and transporter signatures through the existing electronic manifest signature process, or EPA's proposed streamlined processes like the text messages and stuff, which we just really think is a great idea. The service provider will change the status of the shipment and EPA system upon receipt at our facility. So I'm sorry, I skipped a step. Anytime that the load changes hands from one transporter to the next, if there's a different EPA ID number, that would get pushed up and added to the header record. And then once the load arrives at the TSD, the service provider would change the status of the shipment and EPA's system to no longer in transportation. And then the full transfer of the manifest data would be uploaded with the final signatures within the 30 days, as we do now. The benefit to this is we would keep the data on one side and not have changes being made on both sides. We would be able to exploit the ERP systems controls on the side of the TSDs, and it would be a lot less initial programming for the TSDs would help us walk before we run. So having the industry systems transmit the header record set is an incremental step toward the fully electronic manifest goal. The idea alerts third-party industry system providers of problem areas and additional programming needed to transmit a complete set of waste shipment data, and incorporates the electronic signature processes that the user community is perhaps aware of but not practiced at utilizing. Small-scale transporters, small quantity generators, and smaller waste management companies, who we have talked about ad nauseum today, are among the group of users that would benefit the most from this incremental approach. In other words, if industry systems can successfully push a limited number of data points electronically, we can do so confidently with a larger amount of data. We could do this with less investment and show a better return on investment. We respectfully request that the board recommend EPA evaluated the recommended process and the rationale and consult with other members to resolve questions about implementation. So one of the things I want to point out here is this proposal would specifically address one of Jennifer's questions from either yesterday or today, and that is, where is the load in space? So right now, unless it's a fully electronic manifest, or someone goes to a generator site, like Jason or Jennifer or Phil goes and asks to see a copy of the generator's first copy of the manifest, or someone pulls over a truck in transportation, there's no way for most states to know that those loads are, or EPA for that matter, to know that the load is in transportation. In this case, EPA and the states would have full visibility that there was a load, that load was in transportation, how long it's been in transportation, which I know has been a question over and over again, and know that it safely arrived at the TSD. This is a lot more transparency than you currently have. And if a state or federal government wanted to see the manifest, the service providers, as if they were allowed to use this head record system, would agree that if asked, EPA and or the states could request to see a copy of the manifest with all the data on it. And that is our proposal that I would like to share with the group. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Angie. And I think the next hand is Jennifer.
Just to kind of build off of what Albert said, or to kind of like answer him, I guess you can say, is that at the last board meeting, when we were discussing what the fees are going to be, we were presented with your budget and the overhead cost. And one of the components of the budget was money going towards the help desk. So that kind of where the money's coming from. It's coming from the fees after everything else is taken out. That is a component of the breakdown of fees. So
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate that. Addie has her hand up.
Yeah, so I've heard a couple times throughout these conversations that the site from the state members, that the site manager seems to be kind of a hang up because of turnover. And I would recommend or suggest that site manager numbers, like 2 site managers, aren't just suggested but required. It sounds like that could alleviate some of these burdens to the state if they had additional site managers recommended or required, sorry. I think training the EPA and governmental generators on e-manifest, inside type training or additional resources to encourage their use would be very helpful. The how-to that Phil mentioned, I think, is a great idea. He had some really good ideas for stop, start, and timestamps. I would like to also recommend that it's updated based on new updates or any changes to the website, because as we know, that site changes in my view pretty frequently with new implementation or new ideas, and the how-to videos should reflect that. And I realize that's a large undertaking, but it is helpful for those that aren't technologically savvy, because they're looking at a screen from a how-to video that doesn't match what they're seeing on their screen. And that can be confusing for those that aren't using that all the time. It's also very helpful for those such as myself that are trying to train or onboard people for eManifest to be able to do screenshots of the how-tos and kind of show that whole process. I think a chat box with the help information with AI, potentially AI question answer resource might be helpful, especially again for those small quantity generators. Several public commenters mentioned the user conferences to help integration. I think the user conferences are a great idea. Also, EPA pushing through to other technical conferences to give training sessions, and just having that interaction with the industry users is very important. I don't know what the schedule looks like or anything like that, but that in-person training and showing that EPA is dedicated to onboarding e-manifest, creating sessions and information sessions for not just user conference for e-manifest, but for multiple technical conferences would be well received, I believe, by the industry based on what I've seen at some of those conferences. It also shows EPA is committed to getting e-manifest in use. In that same vein, I would suggest that or encourage that user sessions include hands-on signing on to record info and e-manifest, registration, helping with registration and support with the states involved in that process as well. And then for visibility, just use LinkedIn and other social media posts to help keep that in the forefront, for not just the TSDFs, the big guys, right? For the littler ones too, for the VSQGs and other ones, to really make sure that that's getting out in every venue that could be possible. Thank you.
I'm looking to see if any other board members are going to raise their hands. I want to pose an observation to the board and see if you agree with this statement. So this was a very open-ended question in the charge questions that enabled our board members to come up with a really long list of ideas that have been shared, and yet it's not, these ideas were not proposed in the white paper. Folks didn't have advance time to consider them. So would the board members consider the ideas that people have shared today in the category of, we would like EPA to consider all these long list of ideas, not you're as a consensus sort of agreeing to all these things, because I'm just observing this is a very long list of ideas. So I'm just wondering if the board is in agreement that this is an EPA should consider type list of idea generating question here. Any reactions from the board on that?
I would
Phil?
say yes. This is Albert.
Albert, thank you. Bill?
Yes, with the caveat of if there are items that were discussed for consideration that, especially those that multiple speakers kind of hit upon, that are decided to not be utilized or to not be investigated or to not, I think, some understanding or explanation as to why those were deemed as not doable or whatever that might be, I think would go a long way. That communication of, it's something as simple of, hey, we don't think this, I'll just use one of mine for an example. We don't think a sandbox environment is doable because of, I think would go a long way versus, here is what we've presented for your consideration, and we just picked two. Something.
Very helpful feedback, Phil. Thank you. Jennifer?
I am going to strongly support what Phil said. Yes, majority of what we've all have said is suggestions and should be considered, but some of them are more, not so much as should, but in a sense of consideration, but you should actually do this, especially training. Yes, everything is a recommendation, but I think there's some recommendations that are more valuable and more impact than others that could have a impact, but not as much as one or the other. So like the suggestions I made about the text messaging and the liability and the validations, maybe that is not something that can be done. But again, training really should be done. But if anything is not considered, I think it would be good for us to understand why, especially since this is now a public forum and it is out there. People are going to start to kind of think and hear it and wonder. So it'd be nice to have a response of why it's not being considered or not being um, active or, follow through with.
Thank you. Any other thoughts from the board? Appreciate everybody's input. Obviously, a lot of thought went into answering this open-ended question. Angie.
I think this is a big opportunity that has lots of moving parts. And so I think lots of solutions we're going to have to use to get there. So I agree with Phil and Jennifer. It'd be great to know, like, no, we didn't do this because it costs $8 bazillion, or no, we couldn't do this because the attorneys told us we couldn't. But definitely, I think it's a big problem, big opportunity, lots of solutions.
Thank you all. Okay, excellent. Angie, I think that's a leftover hand. Is that right? Okay, great. So I do not see any more hands about charge question 4. I will confess that at midday today, I thought this was going to take us longer, and we are at 4 o'clock and ready for charge question 5. So I didn't think we'd make it today, but we're doing great. Okay, charge question 5. Does the advisory board believe the proposed electronic signature solution and workflow could be successfully utilized by the broad manifest user community in transition to electronic manifests? And our first lead discussant, is Phil.
Thanks, Carolyn. So in this, again, there was some discussion of this yesterday during the presentation. We've alluded to different aspects of this already today, including Jennifer's comment to the last charge question. And so I think there are some pieces of it that before I would definitively be able to say that I believe this proposed signature solution and workflow could be successfully utilized, I think there are some moving pieces that would need to be fleshed out more information given. And I think those kind of boil down to 3 things, key things for me at the very least. And that is data, amounts and charges, employee/user protections, and enforcement actions surrounding this signature solution. So studies of the anticipated data usage and cost per transaction for specifically the SMS version of the electronic signature process should be publicly available. Alternatives to that SMS version should also be clearly shared with guidance for both options or multiple options, whatever they might be. And a disclaimer on potentially the manifest itself if a system similar to what was presented in the white paper and in the presentation yesterday by the EPA is utilized. I think transparent user agreements and information on how data is used, stored, shared, and protected for users who utilize the SMS version of the electronic signature process, especially in instances where users are required to utilize personal devices, should be publicly available. And a clear delineation of regulatory authority concerning the enforcement of fully electronic manifests, signatures, and the devices used for completing these tasks should be publicly available.
Excellent. Thank you, Phil. Angie.
I forgot I was that early on the list.
Keeping you on your toes.
Yes. Okay. So I do understanding that the proposed workflow was a work in progress. I do think it could work, but I think maybe a hybrid with some of the other suggestions that we've thought about over the last couple days. I maybe potentially have EPA consider the idea that the manifest document be generated and kept in industry systems, maybe marry up that idea with our header record idea. So I think we're on the right track. I don't know that it's a finished product. That's all I have.
And next up is Jason.
Yeah, so I just want to say, as one public commenter stated, I think EPA should strongly consider coordinating with industry on the proposed electronic signature solution and workflow to ensure that it does serve the broad manifest user community in the best way that it can. I know the public commenter believed that if data is initiated on the industry side, it would allow their systems to assemble pieces of the hazardous waste shipment data, that they would have the ability to initiate the electronic manifest process. It would serve all users well. So I think that is something industry is, I know, got a big seat at the table here and has had a lot of feedback on that. So that's something I wanted to make sure got into the public record from even a state regulator perspective. But I also believe utilizing something like an e-manifest users conference, as we've talked about and was suggested by EPA and supported by an additional public commenter, would be a very useful tool to ensure that industry, state regulators, and EPA would have an opportunity to interface together, as all entities are stakeholders in this conversation. So I know that last comment gets a little bit away from the signature solution and workflow, but I just see that as being an important tool and opportunity to ensure that the broader manifest user community is served properly through or as best as it can be through the signature process. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Next up is Emily.
Thank you, Carolyn. So I really have to rely on the board and those that have already spoke, Phil, Angie, and Jason, on their expertise, because this is a little bit something that's outside of my understanding. With the rail industry, I will say that the proposed signature solution probably would not be utilized by the rail industry. So it's hard for me to speak to whether that is a solution that would be able to be utilized across the board. I do agree with some of the points that were already created. And I believe for the rail industry, the solutions that are already in place with the e-manifest, those would be solutions that we would be able to utilize. So with that said, that's basically my answer, that I really have to rely. I agree with the points that have already been presented, and that the rail industry would actually utilize the signature solutions that are already in place.
Excellent. Thank you, Emily. So those are our identified discussants. So any other members of the board want to say anything else about charge question 5? Giving folks a minute. Okay, Jennifer.
I'm more or less doing this so it can be part of the public record, but I pretty much have covered a lot about the secondaries or the secondary option for signature in my previous comment on the question number 4, but definitely need, having them do it through text messages is a great, great option. But it needs to be looked at a little bit closer. There's some liabilities or validations that might have to be considered. So it's a good solution, but might not be the only solution.
Thank you, Jennifer. Addie?
Hello. I agree with most of what everyone said here. I do appreciate the concern for the liability of someone signing via cell, and think maybe there's some solutions that could help doing some kind of verification or vetting process for those that are signing that way. So I appreciate the other members bringing that up. And then I also wanted to just kind of agree with what Emily said. I was curious about the rail being able to utilize this alternative signing process, and thought that they might need some alternative caveats to implement, but knowing that they could use the standard process is good to know. So thank you for that, Emily. That's all.
Great, thank you, Addie. And I'm watching to see if anyone else raises their hands to comment on question 5. I'm also wondering if EPA has any clarifying questions on charge question 5.
Not at this time.
Okay. Well, this would be the only time.
Yeah. Not at any time, I suppose.
Okay. Excuse me?
Let's find out about the.
Right, go ahead.
So, all right. So Jen, this, since this has to be asked in a question, Jen mentioned that EPA had recently released the Hazardous Waste Information Program platform, Hazardous Waste Information Platform, also known as the WIP, which you can use your favorite search engine to do HWIP EPA, and that's be the fastest way for you to get to it rather than me read off the URL. But since I have to ask a question, were the board members aware of this new change to our public data? And if not, we will probably be doing a demo on our next user call anyway. So it went live on the 19th.
Board members, was anyone familiar with this? Phil?
I just wanted to chime in to say that, yes, I was aware of the change from the RCRA Info Web to the WIP. I participated in the user call when the pre-production and then was a part of the email chain that went around, obviously announcing its go live day of the 19th.
Excellent, thank you, Phil. I think EPA's point here is just to make sure that people were aware of that tool. And if you are not, as board members, I'm sure you can learn more about that tool. Scott told you how you can Google it, so. All right, watching for any additional hands to be raised. And not seeing any. Are you ready for me to make some closing remarks, Fred? All right, this is great. So I think this makes at least 3 meetings in a row where we scheduled the meeting to be 3 days and we finished up our work in 2 days. So, and yet speed is not the goal here. The goal is to have a complete and vibrant dialogue on these questions. And I really believe that we have done that. I could tell from both our lead discussants and our associate discussants and all of our board members that you as board members did a lot of homework in order to come with such well-prepared responses. I very much appreciate all the work that all of you board members did in thinking through those questions and coming with such great information. And I think through your hard work in advance of the meeting, we have had a very robust discussion and yet got done in 2 days instead of 3. So thank you all for that. And I'm now going to turn it over to Fred to talk about some thank yous and some next steps.
So, well, this is my favorite part of the meeting, not just because it's over, but because I just want to thank everybody for all this hard work. A whole lot went into this meeting, challenges along the way, and we worked together as a team collectively to overcome it, be able to be here today, get to this point. What I normally do is actually spell out, say verbally of everybody's name. But it's just too many people to do that. There's too many people to do that. So I made some slides to acknowledge. I wanted to acknowledge all of our senior management and managers. Olam's, these are a list of Olam senior managers. I'm not going to name all the names, but you can see there the list of managers who all were critical and instrumental in making this happen. I want my slide advance. Oh, okay, I got it. And also, I would be remiss if I didn't thank the eManifest team. What a wonderful team to work on, to work with. This could not be a success without all of you all. And beyond that, I want to thank the Olam IO. Many of the senior managers that I listed are in the Olam IO, but they can't do what they do not unless they had the support of a lot of other people like special assistants and do a lot of special things to make things happen for us, to help support the senior managers involved. Same with our ORCRIO. Lots of people in that area that provide our senior management, special assistants there and others that help. Our RCRA info team, other EPA support staff, you know, people, there's contracts involved in getting this production done. Our EPA communications team, staff, they play a critical role, helping me get information out on the web, whatever I need comms-wise, they're there. And all others, there's many others. And also our meeting support contractor. Special thanks to the eManifest Advisory Board. To the new members, our 3 members, Addie Burden, Emily Spears, Philip Nyhoff, you all did a fabulous job. I must say, I knew, I was confident that when we selected you all and you all were appointed, I knew we had an excellent group, you know, because we had an excellent group on the board, our continuing members, so it's critical that we added excellence to excellence. and that's exactly what we got. Thanks for just hitting the ground running and acting like you've been here all along in your service in your first meeting. And I want to give a special announcement. Thank you to Carolyn Hoskinson, the Director of Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery, and the Chair of the eManifest Advisory Board. It is a pleasure to work for you. Is it okay if I?
Well, this was Freddie and I said at the end of the meeting, I would make folks aware of a recent decision that was made here at EPA to reorganize the Office of Land and Emergency Management. As part of that reorganization, all of the senior leaders across the Olam leadership team are being rotated into different positions in Olam. So I am being rotated to lead a different office, the Office of Underground Storage Tanks, still within Olam. And Andrew Baca, my current deputy, is being rotated into the director position for the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery. And that is a subset of all of the rotations of all the senior executives in Olam. So the next time you have a board meeting, your delegated chair will be the new director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery, and that'll be our current deputy, Andrew Baca. And if any of you out there listening to this broadcast work with gas stations, then you'll be talking to me in the future. So.
Well, I wanted to say, I haven't gotten a chance to tell you this, but I'm really gonna miss working with you. I didn't tell you that, but I'm telling you now, taking the opportunity to tell you now. Andrew, if you're out there listening, Andrew Baca, I look forward to working with you and welcome. One thing I must note, the eManifest Advisory Board report, which will constitute their official recommendations that were provided during this meeting, will be completed within 90 days after the close of this meeting. We're going to do our very best to get it done as quickly as possible within that time frame. Once the report is completed and certified, It will be published and EPA will review it and provide a subsequent official response to the report sometime after it's published. I want to remind the board, when I adjourn the meeting, please stay online. We got a quick administrative meeting, closeout meeting. I promise you I won't hold you long. But with that said, thank you all so much for coming. Thank you to our public commenters. Thank you for our audience for attending. And thanks for all those who hung all the way to the end of this meeting. This is EPA. We're signing out. Thanks so much.